recorded live.
Good evening, folks. This is David Clarence, expressly reserving all liberties. A notary on the land, York County, Nation, Pennsylvania, near the barfly-infested corporation county of York and Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Corporation, and a host for a Voice of Freedom broadcast on TalkShoe.com. You may contact me by emailing me as County Notary, all one word, COUNTYNOTARY @gmail. That's Godmail, and our God is Almighty Yahweh. This is the end of Sabbath. In the world, it's known as the Seder Day, March the 6th, 2010. This subject of this evening's broadcast is Timothy shows why Ustus was half wrong, and tie in the peso and the dollar to his research. And I'm not going to really discuss that because I'm looking for Tim to pop in here when he can. He's at work and has to pry himself away. Let's see, I'll talk about something similar. Well, I'll tell all the secrets. That'll make everybody happy. Well, let me tell you this war story first. I was wheeling in town, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday morning, and I get downtown a little bit, and I happened to notice one of these tent signs these merchants like to put up on the sidewalk now and obstruct wheelchair passage and things like that across the street. And they had a clearance sale advertised. So I read that sign, and being the wise acre that I normally am, I just couldn't resist myself. So I stopped, turned around, looked for traffic, and ran across the street there, got on the sidewalk on the other side, went up to the window, large plate glass window of this retail clothing establishment, and knocked on the window. And a woman inside, she looked, and I motioned for her to come out. It's not wheelchair accessible. They have steps there. And she came out, and she says, "Good morning." I said, "Hello." She's going to help you. I said, "You sure can. I'll take a half a dozen." And she said, a half a dozen? I said, "Yes." She said, "A half a dozen of what?" I says, "Ladies." She said, "What?" I said, "Well, you have a sign right there on the sidewalk, says Ladies Clarence." I said, I'll take a half a dozen, and you don't have to wrap them up. I like my ladies butt naked." Well, she just turned around and walked back in the store. I waited out there for about 20 minutes. You know, that rascal never did bring my order out. And but I noticed the sign's been gone ever since that. So I guess the clearance on ladies is now at an end. That probably explains why she didn't bring them out. They had run out, depleted their inventory. But in either case, brevity aside this evening, I'd like to talk about a couple of things that went on this week. One was I was provided with a broadcast recording by Sam Kennedy, the alias Sam Kennedy. And it would seem that this was recorded earlier this week or possibly last week on a talk show in Dallas, Texas. And the alias Sam Kennedy was being interviewed by the host. And the subject was this, the Restore America, or TRAP, or I guess the new name they've come up with is just Restore America Plan, or RAP. So whichever it is, the TRAP or the RAP, he was discussing this, and there were several interesting revelations in that broadcast. First of which, the alias Sam Kennedy is the author of the plan, which I had taken that for granted, since the other so-called elders do not have the writing pose to produce something like that. And it has the alias Sam Kennedy's signature all over it. And I'm trying to think of what some of the other points were he made in there. One that sticks out in my mind most is that he made the statement that any patriot who doesn't sign on for this trap rap is a coward. Now, since he's the spokesman for the so-called guardian aid elders of the trap rap, I take it that let me name them: Regan Reedy, Tom Schultz, Tim Turner, Sam Davis, and either Glenn Richard Unger or the alias Sam Kennedy is stating that if any patriot who does not sign on to the trap rap is a coward. Now, I haven't had an opportunity to discuss this with Sam Davis, but I'm going to do that. And I have a personal problem with the alias Sam Kennedy making that statement. I don't per se consider myself to be a patriot, whatever that is, but the things that I've experienced personally in my life, last 38 years or so, were not for my own exclusive benefit. And I just would get my hands around his cotton-picking Adam's apple and I give him an opportunity to say that to my face. What's going on there, folks, is they with these broadcasts, I don't listen to them. I'm getting reports of them that the alias Sam Kennedy puts on every Sunday evening. After listening to this broadcast, he gets his material. They seem to be desperate for people to sign on to this trap rap. Reports I'm getting is that they can't find 27 knuckleheads in the each one of the 50 corporate states that are stupid enough to sign this thing, and it appears as though they're getting desperate. I've heard one report now where they've backed off on the deadline, reduced it rather revised it, that it's no longer the 31st, it's now earlier than the 31st of March. But they're doing that to create this impression of an emergency. See, and what's the big retail merchant promotion? Last day, 3 days only, your last chance to get this deal, and such things as that. So they're creating this. That's what they did with setting this deadline to start with, was to they figured they'd get 27, I guess, signatures in each one of the corporate states, and could certainly get them by the March the 31st. And so they felt confident that by setting an artificial deadline like that, they could get people to rush in and sign on to it without reading the document, knowing what they're signing up for. And by doing that, they just set themselves up for failure. And now they're trying to revise and cajole people into signing this thing that obviously they're not doing in sufficient numbers to make whatever it is they're trying to do operate or work for them. It's not going to work anyway. But that if that gets around on the internet enough, I'm thinking about. I guess I can't really post that broadcast, but maybe I can locate a link to it. That Dallas, Texas talk show episode. That you folks can go on there and listen for yourself. And I was just floored. I couldn't believe it. I think there was at least one other individual that was floored also, but I won't discuss that. I'll let that up to them to do on their own broadcasts. But I'm getting a lot of emails from folks that have signed on to this Tony King Black Ops operation and are regretting it. And they're asking how they can undo what they did, and I really don't have an answer for you. I don't know what you did to begin with. I haven't seen what documents you may have signed or submitted. It would appear to me that you can transmit a registered mail demand that the birth certificate and the Social Security card be returned immediately. And I'm not telling you to do that. And as I said last week, I'm not even suggesting that anyone not do get involved with this alias Tony King Black Ops operation. That's up to you, whether you do or not. What can be done if you can't undo it? We really don't know. But this is my feelings. Timothy agrees with me. Based on principles and maxims of law, the assets of that trust are property of that trust. And they should be able to be recovered if there's any type of fraud or anything involved in transferring trust property. That's kind of our feeling on that subject until we look into it in more detail ourselves. So can't give you a better answer than that, or even suggest what you should do. Could be that it may work out for you, or it may not, depending on your life circumstances. But it doesn't appear as though there's anything good going to come out of that. So those are kind of the two subjects generally I can cover tonight. We haven't learned anything new or developed anything new regarding our project of recapturing this vessel and its cargo this week. It's been one of those weeks that are kind of non-productive, waiting for something to happen, and expectation. We were assured that something would happen, and it hasn't. But it's not a. It doesn't seem to be a big deal because these entities or parties that we're dealing with have misestimated the time frames involved before. So it probably doesn't mean anything, and besides, it's all in Yahweh's time anyway. Things will take place according to His will. So it's not upsetting or a concern of any type or anything like that. Not a Fiction's asking me if I did not complete the trust that was left in its infancy at birth. I'm going to read into what he's stating here. How was I able to press the issue with the so-called powers or the DTC? You're asking me specific questions about a subject that I can't give you an answer to. We've already discussed that in at least 2 previous broadcasts. But we still feel that completing that trust is paramount, and it may still be. We're either at the end of this journey that I can only describe as a national treasure quest, or we're somewhere between the middle and the end of it. It's just that's an unknown. When we get to the end of it, then I'll have a better understanding of exactly everything that's involved, and then or Timothy or I, or there's others working on this, will be in a better position to give an opinion as to what the finishing the trust would do compared to what we've been led to do by Yahweh Father. And at that point, I'll give you that opinion, and then we are at this point are still planning on doing a trust completion and experiment on somebody. Ought to be someone other than myself, probably. We'll see, and then what the outcomes of that will be, and what the merits or positives can result from folks taking that route and doing that. Um, although we're hesitant to just wholesale uh, publish information that can allow people to uh, obtain access to virtually unlimited financial resources because of the harm it can cause to them or others. Um, it it may very well be that we all have a right to know how to complete this trust instrument granting that was begun in the delivery room. It's if everyone had the motivation to sacrifice their life and do something similar to what I've done and virtually spend a half of a lifetime researching and learning this, what we know, and experience what we've experienced, then you all would probably be able to do this. You may even be able to get a cotton picking barfly or somebody to draw you up a trust document, or find one yourself. Actually, the lawyers very seldom do they create any documents that they use in their business of law. They're either straight out of a forms book that you can find in any large law library, a state library, or a university's law school library, where they have a substantial collection of law books. They'll find forms books in their collection that are similar to a set of encyclopedias, only maybe ring binder or not. They could be just hardbound. And you'll find forms in there. You *6 and mute yourself out. I'm echoing back, please. You'll find virtually every form in there that an attorney utilizes in their normal practice of filing petitions and motions and actually lawsuits and different things. And probably, although I've never specifically looked for them, I'm sure you can find examples of trust instruments. You then need to get with someone that's either an attorney or a long-time paralegal or someone learned in the law, and somebody that's not going to charge you outrageous rate to customize that form for your use, if that's in fact the route you want to go, rather than wait for us to experiment with this and then post a boilerplate form on the Google group that we'll have used, and we'll know what the outcome of that has been. So it's kind of our thoughts on that. We don't recommend that you go out and just copy and paste something. This is anyone that's been involved with trusts and trust law will tell you that it's not something you should just haphazardly do, no matter what your circumstance is and what you perceive to be a non-choice emergency situation or this and that, or anything else. If you do this incorrectly, you could potentially cause more harm to yourself than you are good. You've just got to know what you're doing and know what should be in that document, what you can and can't put in there. And if you don't, you could potentially put something in there that will nullify the trust, and it won't work for you, and then you won't know why. They're not going to send you some type of advisory advising you that you've made a critical error in the trust instrument and thereby nullified it, and suggesting what you should do and what that error might be. You're just not going to get any help like that. It just won't work for you. Or it could just potentially be detrimental to the estate in some way or some fashion. So it's not something we would advise you to just do if you don't know what you're doing, or pay one of these Patriots for profit outrageous fees, or attend a seminar. I'm sure somebody's going to come up with some kind of a seminar about this sooner or later, and start on the old seminar racket with it, especially if it works. But just be patient. Learn to do what I've done, and that's be unbelievably patient sometimes, at least within my perception of unbelievable, and just wait for Yahweh Father's time and ask Him to handle it for you. Minimize the situation, the ramifications of the situation you're dealing with now. So, and I'm sure there's folks out there that are getting probably tired of hearing me mention Yahweh and Yeshua on this broadcast, especially if you're commerce-minded folks and you come into this broadcast or the archives looking for the pot of gold and golden fleece and so on and so forth. But I'm going to say this again, and I'm not just to say it, but to emphasize and remind you that our worldly ways and our worldly concepts and our understanding of our Creator and how He operates and what you do to access that resource. It's been taught to us by these damnable religious systems is not served you well in your lifetime, as well as it should in your case. And we would suggest again that you use the sacred names and in all things, and shun these organized religious terminology that's used, concepts. It will pay large dividends, folks. It has for me for over 19 years, and I'm not just talking about this estate issue. And all things in my life, and, blessed is the only description I can think of that applies adequately. And Timothy, where are you at here tonight? Tied up. It's hopefully a good thing that you're busy. Business is good, and I'm sure you'll get here. Come on as soon as you're able to. Would have been here already if you're able. Gosh, I didn't really think of a subject tonight for anything other than I was going to deal with some rascals that we postponed because of what Timothy's been uncovering all week long. And I really don't want to get into that because when he can make it in here and explain to you exactly what he's found and what's going on. I want you to hear it one way from me and another way from him, and he has a better understanding of it than I do because it deals with commerce issues, Federal Reserve, but the past 2 days he's been hot on Admiralty law and the things that he's found through a thesis that was written by a law professor on Admiralty law and what it shows and things like that. Part of what it has to do with is an issue that we have used in the removals that we were doing back in 2007, and then it was plagiarized and attempted to be used by Rod Class and Maria Shoemaker and their AIB broadcasts and efforts. It's called the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. It's found in Title 28 United States Code 1600 section, maybe 1641 or something like that. It might start. That foreign state that's described in that code, where the courts of the United States recognize that foreign state is immune from the jurisdiction of the courts of the United States and the states, is actually the grantor of the original grant that put their footprints on that birth registration. However, Rod and Maria have had proven that arguing that issue isn't recognized by the courts, and I don't really know or have direct knowledge of how they responded to that or how they thought about it. But possibly they just thought that the judges or courts were just being arrogant and refused to recognize that. If in fact we're correct on our premise that we're all suffering under a reduced status in law and at law, and we're really at law instead of in law, that would explain why the Rod and Maria didn't have a positive experience with utilizing the Federal Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act argument of immunity. That in the status in which they're operating, knowing or unknowing, or in either case being recognized as being in, that they're not recognized as foreign states, and I'm sure they're not. United States citizens are not such things. Then that immunity wouldn't apply to them. It's at least my contention that finishing that original grant ting and completing that trust will modify that status to where you'll be recognized that you have that foreign sovereign immunity described in Title 28, 1600 sections. And that's basically what we're all looking for, isn't it? To just be left alone. And but it's like I've said before. It appears as though there's got to be some type of a basic defect that is affecting us all. That everyone has to deal with all of these issues, whatever they are for you. Travel without licensing, not having your children in public school and homeschool them, taxes, paying land use taxes, and things like that. So, seems to be something that is foundational, that's diminished the status of the men and women occupying these lands of North America, that our predecessors, or if you want to use the term forefathers, were not suffering under after the Revolutionary War. That something somewhere happened along that journey since 1778, which may or may not be the United States Constitution, but it seems to be more than that. The status that the government authorities regard us, look at us, and it appears as though applying principles and maxims of law logic that to discover what that is wouldn't involve going back and researching the bankruptcy, the introduction of Federal Reserve notes, the discontinuance of gold and gold trading, or silver certificates and silver issue and gold issue and things like that. It has to be more than something like that. That it's just impacting all of us. That there doesn't appear to be anyone that's not subject to the issues that folks are complaining about or are concerned with today, and why these Congress critters and other legislators don't seem to pay a tinker's damn attention to what the people want or telling them or anything else. If they were, this health care issue wouldn't even be an issue, would it? It's certainly gotten enough negative messages that that they wouldn't keep pushing for something like this healthcare program, and it appears as though they're going to keep working at it until they get it through. It's like they do with everything. If at first they don't succeed, they try and try again, and push it along. Keep introducing it in different ways and different forms, or they'll just turn around and reword all the provisions of what they're trying to get through, and then just stick it on another bill or legislation and slide it in that way. So, it's it appears as though there's something fundamentally defective, or something that's fundamentally affecting all of us, and equally, is it not? Doesn't seem to be anyone immune from it. I have my own little successes or experiences that most of you don't have. It's like I said, we've been teaching you for a long time that your quest for liberty or freedom, change in the or modification of your status and how the government powers to be regard you is something that will take place in the space between your ears and nowhere else. It's what you believe and not what you learn or hear from us or anywhere else. It's not commerce documents, it's not GSA forms, it's not IRS forms, it's not going to be repatriation declarations or revocation of signature documents, or anything else. It's going to take place in the space between your ears and nowhere else. When that happens, then you will experience a change in how the powers to be interact and react to you, at least according to my personal experiences. Now, it may very well turn out to be that completing that trust instrument or that granting, and could you folks star 6 and mute yourselves out and get some background noise, please? Completing that granting that has your footprints on it may, in fact, do a lot to help you. That other concepts that I just mentioned of revocation of signatures and declaration of sovereignty and other issues don't accomplish. And but we'll see when we've had a chance to experiment with that on our own. And Timothy, where are you at tonight? Because I didn't really have a subject I was prepared to deal with. expecting you to cover what you want to do. I've got to give you another 15 minutes if you can make it in here. If not, then I'm going to go over probably briefly things that you've uncovered this week. I'm not going to do as thorough a job as you would do because you're the researcher. And all we did was bounce it off of each other. But it's like Scripture tells us, this concept that I just gave you, your changing your condition, your position, your legal standing, or this and that will take place in that space between your ears. Well, that's what Scripture teaches us, faith of a mustard seed is what it is, and believing something changes it. Help is on the way now. Well, I wish you'd get here. Is asking me to speak on the NATO troops being deployed here in the United States. Well, I've seen that, and I posted that actually on the Google group in a discussion. It's a little late for that, isn't it, folks? I mean, there's been a German Luftwaffe wing stationed in New Mexico since the mid-1990s, or 97 or 98, flying sorties all over North America with armed German fighter aircraft, and they rotate the pilots and co-pilots and other crew members in and out of the country as they get acclimated to the landscape and lay of the land, so to speak, and bring in fresh ones. There's been reports of Chinese police or troops landed on Washington State last year. I haven't seen any evidence of that, but it wouldn't really surprise me. There's been more than a few photographs on the web regarding white UN vehicles with black UN on them, sitting on railroad car sidings and on railroad cars being transported and things like that since 96, 97, 98, something like that. And supposedly they were just modifying the vehicles and U.S. military vehicles and painting them up so the UN could utilize them in other countries and shipping them out. But I haven't seen any record of any shipping manifests or anything like that. So, if this report was being circulated around, it supposedly President Obama has called for and asked for German NATO troops, which are UN, to be brought here on North America and bivouacked here or whatever, and possibly other NATO forces being brought here. It's a little late for that, or to be concerned about it, folks. It would appear to me they've been here for some time, and whether they're going to increase those numbers or not, if there's some type of an event that the powers to be are expecting to take place that the people of North America are not going to be real happy about, and they perceive some type of situation developing that there are police forces or civil forces and their National Guard and what military is left after the base closings and forces we do have being stationed in how many countries in the world or around the world can't deal with, that they're going to need foreign troops. That could very well backfire on them. And who knows? I had someone ask me, I think it was today, maybe yesterday, if possibly this Restore America plan or Restore America plan, the trap wrap, could be something that could develop into a situation that might cause a reaction, that foreign troops might be needed or could be perceived to be needed. And Sam, I see you're in here. Good to see you tonight. I don't remember you ever being on here before. Cotton picker. About time you visit us in our broadcasts. And I want to get with you about that broadcast that the alias Sam Kennedy did this past week or the week before last with that Dallas talk show, where I think he said that you said that any patriot that doesn't sign on to the trap wrap is a coward. He didn't name you, Regan, Tom, or Tim, anybody specifically, but since he's your spokesman, that you've chosen to be your spokesman. I wonder if you're supporting that statement. I for one was flabbergasted that he could be so idiotic, arrogant to make a statement like that, which was if any patriot who does not sign on to that trap wrap is a coward. That's I'd say he shot himself in the foot with that one. Not one of the alias Sam Kennedy's more intelligent moves. I guess you're not going to type anything in here and respond to that. If you want to call in, I'd be glad to unmute you. If you got something you want to say. Maybe you're still on the road. I hope you're having an enjoyable and safe trip back home. You wouldn't know where that cotton picking Timothy is tonight, would you? I don't believe I've ever done this before, actually. It's kind of an experiment tonight. I let somebody else kind of take over the subject in the broadcast, and then not myself not be prepared to fill in or deal with the subject myself. And TJ, you got 5 more minutes. And I'm going to cover it the best way I can. Cotton picker. Let's see, it's an hour earlier out there where he is. Uncle Doug doesn't see Sam on. Oh, Uncle Doug, aren't you Sam Davis? And if you're not, you should not be using his handle. Just his friend. Okay. All right, I know who it is. Gave yourself away. I don't know anybody would have the audacity to refer to Sam Davis as a lard butt other than myself. Carpool, you don't have inherent rights recognized by the world. That's a Patriot delusion. Those were forfeited with your footprints on a document. That you don't understand the ramifications of. It speaks volumes that the powers to be don't seem to be interested in a second set of those footprints in your entire life. Even people that are double amputees, I've spoken to in prison, that can't provide fingerprints. They do not take footprints. They have no print card for footprints. There is no such thing. There's no FBI footprint card. See, there's only a fingerprint card. So there's no, in the minds of the powers to be, there's no substitute for this fingerprints. You'd think that they would make some kind of a provision where they could use the footprint, but they don't seem to be interested in that. I would suggest to you that there's a specific reason why they don't. And that is that they don't want to tie other documents and relationships issues that have appeared or reared its head in our lives since that original granting, and those footprints were put on that document. They just don't want to attach those footprints to these other things like school registration, driver's licensing, military service, state-issued IDs, criminal court experiences, and things like that. That's it. Thank you, Bill Resistor. It's Pastor Lindsey Williams that speaks of, I think Timothy was telling me about CD. He's warning you folks of what's going to take place after this health care provision is finally passed. Yeah. I couldn't remember his name. Thank you. Resistor put a link up there for you to YouTube. So you can go and watch after this broadcast, of course. And see that. That man's come up with some pretty good things over the years. I've watched what he publishes and makes us aware of and things like that. And pretty good research and discernment of what's going on. Joey suggests there's 90-minute video here by David Parker Williams on why form a new government. What's wrong with the one Yahweh set up for us? Yeah. Okay, Uncle Doug. How about, you left. Cotton picker. I don't know what kind of sick you were talking about. Cold or flu or something like that. I told you before to use the Vicks Vapor Rub on the bottoms of your feet rather than your chest. Put a white sock on. Cold, flu, something like that. You'll feel relief in 30 minutes. And if you do that and go to bed, you wake up the next day feeling much better, if not completely cured. Guest 44 is asking me if capitis diminio maximus is expressed in all lowercase. No, maximus is expressed in all uppercase spelling of your complete name, first, middle, and last. Medium rather, is your first and your given names, capitalized, in your family name all capitals, and minima, capitis diminio minima, is your name written out in all lowercase. And that's the premise on which we make all of our documents in all lowercase, the complete document. And it's why we spell the sacred names of Yahweh and Yeshua in all lowercase, and our own names in all lowercase. It has to do with the office of man. See, what's the first thing they did to us in the public full system? They taught us how to write our name. How did they teach us to write that? Print it out, capitalizing each letter. That's a capitis diminio medium, diminishment of your sovereign rights. You reduce your standing in law by doing that. On the birth registration, the Social Security card, everything's in capitals. No matter how you write a description of your names and your family name on applications and different forms and whatever, how you sign your name, bank accounts, loans or whatever, it's going to come out all capitalized. So completely destroying your standing in law. That's what we're talking about. It's in keeping with not finishing the original granting of the trust at in the berthing, berthing, room. See, where the vessel was berthed, birthed. Well, since Timothy's obviously tied up, I know he hasn't done this on purpose, folks. Yeah, it's just something unavoidable. He can't make it. If we'd have been able to do a broadcast early in the week, he was chomping on the bit since Tuesday afternoon to do a broadcast. He would have been free to devote his full attention to it. But there's some things going on with his responsibilities that he just can't avoid on a Saturday evening. So it makes it difficult. That's why he pops in and out of here when he does. Rather than keep meandering around here and trying to thinking of something to talk about or answering your chat questions as I spot them, how about if I just open this up? You folks can *6 and unmute yourselves out or unmute your phone and for comments, questions, or criticism. And bail me out. Don't everybody jump in at once. Let me see if I can cover this subject that Timothy wanted to talk about. Not being the one that did the actual research, but the one that was bounced off of. Timothy looked up the word tilde, T-I-L-D, because he found a tilde mark, symbol, sign, on a 2010 United States silver dollar. I have a 2009 here, and some others. This has the same tilde mark. I noticed the older silver dollars and the 30s, the 20s, the teens, and the 1800s do not have this. When the United States Mint started placing these on the silver dollars, I mean the real ones, with not the bimetal ones. I don't know. But this is what it is on the back where the eagle is. It says on this coin, United States of America, all capitalized. There's a period or a dot at the beginning and end of that sentence. Then on the bottom it says 1, the numeral 1, OZ for ounce, period. Fine silver in all capitals. And then a line that could be mistaken for a dash or an apostrophe, or not an apostrophe, a dash line, $1. So, but if you look at that line between the words silver and 1, that's not in fact a dash. That's a tilde symbol, sign. It is, in fact, the key on your keyboard to the right of the numeral 1 and the exclamation mark on the left-hand top of your keyboard. That little squiggle line, that's a tilde symbol, T-I-L-D. Now, I was asking my herbalist tonight and his wife, they're in their late 40s, if they knew what a till was. And they said, well, till the soil. I said, no. Retailers, merchants have a till. Do you know what a till is? I know from being around hardware stores and the older 5 and 10 stores, predated the Walmart and Kmart and things like that, and having owned bars that the cash register is referred to in my generation and before as a till. And so this tilde mark, I believe, is an offshoot of that, and why it was once used to describe a cash register. If If you go and research that tilde symbol on Wikipedia, on Google, you're going to find that it refers to silver. See? And it's on the silver coin. So that appears to be genuine or correct. But this is Timothy's position on this. I'd like you all to take out a Federal Reserve note of whatever denomination you have from your wallets, your pockets, pocketbooks, pockets from under your mattress, or stuck in the inside band of your hat. And I'd like you to look at the front of that Federal Reserve note, no matter what the denomination. You probably all know this. On the front where the serial number is, it says on the left-hand side, legal tender for all debts, public and private. Does it not? Legal tender for all debts, public and private. Well, we all know what the public debt is. That's announced on a regular basis, the national debt, and things like that. What's the private debt? Any of you know? Anybody tell me? Do you think that's a debt between yourself and myself? If I owe you $5, I give you 5 ones, or I give you a $5 bill. And that's the private debt that's described. Or if you have a car loan or medical bill, you stop at Wally World, supermarket, gas stations, and you purchase something and you use those Federal Reserve notes, that's being used to pay a private debt. It's not. And here is why. Everything that the name, the all-capitalized name, is involved with is public. Everything. From the time that your footprints go on that document and that granting is done, that child is now transformed into the name, the fiction. And that entity can only operate in the public. Everything it does is in the public. So you and I are having a conversation here, interaction, even though it's over the internet or public airwaves, it's regarded as a private conversation amongst ourselves, say, one-on-one. But in fact, the powers to be and the owner of TalkShoe and the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, regards this as a public activity. It's if you go to a local meeting of your county commission, your city council, your township or borough supervisors, whatever, and they have a period by which they'll let people from the audience kind of step up to a podium or something like that and make comments or ask questions or whatever. They always announce that as a public comment period. Well, they do that to me here locally when I used to waste my time going to those gatherings. I used to start out what I had to say by asking, when is the private comment period? You seem to have a comment period for yourselves since you're public government and for your citizens, but what about myself, who's conducting myself in private as a man and a living spirit? When do you have comment periods for me? Because specifically it's spelled out in the Declaration of Rights for the Constitution for the Commonwealth or State of Pennsylvania, and the Bill of Rights for the U.S. Federal Corporation, that you cannot discriminate against me because of my national origin, see, or my seriously held religious beliefs. So you've got to, by law, allow me to interact with you in a private capacity, man and living spirit with legal fictions and corporations. How are you going to accommodate that? And invariably, I just get 5 mute, blank stares. No response from anybody. Once in a while, they say, well, we just have a public comment period, and that's all we provide for. So if you don't want to use that, then you can sit down, which is really what they wanted me to do anyway. They didn't want to hear what I had to say next. But the point is, folks, that in the world, okay, we're not to be of the world, which is believing in it and worshiping it and thinking only of worldly things. But Scripture says we're born in the world. Well, boy, doesn't that cotton-picking birth registration, that birthing, that granting seem to hit that on the head. But in either case, you can't transact any commercial activities without using Federal Reserve notes or some derivative or similarity to that, be it a credit card, a check, unless you're bartering or trading some kind of commodity or something. You're using those Federal Reserve notes, and at least for myself, I can speak of that. And when it says legal tender for all debts, public and private, I used to always think the private is myself, but it's really spelled in all capital letters. To be me, it would have to be all lowercase word private. So what that's telling you is that note, that Federal Reserve note, that everybody, including myself, until Timothy was given this discernment this week, is not a silver certificate, you see. Isn't that what we think, how we regard that thing? It doesn't say it's redeemable in silver, bullion, or fine silver, or whatever, and this and that. Well, in fact, that may not be correct. And here is why. Now, you look at that Federal Reserve note you got in your hand. The face of it is black lettering, is it not? Got a serial number on there. Somebody's booting up their computer and coming through on your mic. Could you star 6 and mute out? Appreciate it. Thank you. That's the public side of that document, of that negotiable instrument, of that note. Is the black side with the serial number in red. That's probably somebody's bond number off the back of one of their Social Security cards. Now turn it over and tell me what color that is. Is it green? It's all green on the back. What are the notes that Abraham Lincoln issued that it's surmised that caused him to be assassinated? Lincoln greenbacks issued by the U.S. Treasury, silver-backed currency. Timothy, you've bailed me out.
You what? What did you say?
You bailed me out finally.
I bailed you out finally.
I've been limping along here like a cripple for an hour and 23 minutes, trying to avoid bringing up your subject, and doing very badly at it.
Well, you survived this long, so it sounds like you've done all right.
No, not really. Let me tell you what I've covered.
Okay.
The tilde on the back of the silver dollar, and I was beginning to explain the all debts, public and private, on the front of the Federal Reserve notes, and had people flip that over and look at the greenback. So now I'm going to let you take over. How long can you stay? Rest of the night, good? 2 hours? 3 hours?
I'm here. I'm sorry, David. I got to pick up a smoke. Yeah. Hold on a second.
No, he didn't pick up my bad habits, folks. He brought that one along with him.
All right, I'm back.
Besides, guest 53 even said I stank at explaining this.
Oh, really?
Yes. Finally, an honest critic.
Well, so you went over the tilde, huh?
I went over the tilde symbol and the tilde cash register. That's all I covered regarding that.
Okay.
And it's on the silver dollars, at least the newer ones. And
David, I've found that goes back to at least 1996.
Okay.
Well, I believe is it 96 or no? I think it goes back to 96. That's as far back as I've seen it. So I presume it goes back a lot further. I think it goes back to the very beginning.
Well, I'll scan the 2009 nines, one of these that I have here, and I'll put it up on Google Group in a PDF and a JPEG file. As long as you folks promise not to turn that cotton picking thing into some kind of a silver bond or something. I'll scan the back of one coin. Actually, that won't help you anyway because you need to scan the fronts with the date. I'm sorry I interrupted you. I'm going to mute out.
No, don't mute out because I need you here. I need you to be my Ed McMahon. Well, where should we begin? The tilde, 1 ounce fine silver, tilde $1. So 1 ounce of fine silver is on the magnitude of $1. If we're going to look at the mathematic definition of the tilde. Now, a friend of mine and I were discussing this earlier today, and we were thinking, all right, how does this go? It goes one way. It has to go one way, and I believe it's going to be explained in the currency Federal Reserve note displaying the phrase, this, what does it say? This legal tender, hold on. This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. Now, it's my contention, I shouldn't use that word, con. It's my premise, if you will, or idea, that we can take a silver dollar and we could go to, let's say, a pawn shop or a coin dealer. Now, we know the value of that 1 ounce fine silver is, I believe, at the market price closed at what? I think it was $17.62 or something it closed at yesterday. And we could exchange that. Let's say there's no exchange fee, there's no service fee or overhead or this, that, and the other. That 1 ounce fine silver on spot market price, New York, is worth $17.62. But if we look at the true value of that symbol, we're probably looking at Mexican pesos. Now, there are many currencies that use the word pesos. I know Philippines uses pesos, and there are quite a few other, especially Caribbean or South American countries that use pesos as well. But I'm just going to presume, since the definition of peso symbol, it goes back to Spain, it goes back to the Americas, and it goes back to Mexico as that sign being a peso sign. Now, we could negotiate that silver dollar into 17.62 pesos. And when I say pesos, I mean that symbol with one vertical line going through it. David and I were sent an email, and it's on Wikipedia, where the image comes from. Now, this is what I say the true dollar sign is. The true dollar sign is 2 vertical lines through an S. And that sign was created by a Scottish man, I believe, where is it? Was it Philadelphia, David? Bailey Bale? Is that what it's called, that image?
Yes, there's it's either a PDF file or a JPEG image on the file section of the County Notary Google group where they can look at that commemoration of the first time that was used.
So it's 2 vertical lines through the S. I happen to have a Royal cash register. Sorry about that. There's a bus going by. It might be a little loud. But I happen to have a Royal cash register. I believe it's from the 50s, the 40s or 50s. And it has, for the symbol, for a dollar, it has the 2 vertical lines through the S. Now, modern keyboards on computers and typewriters, etc., have the 1 vertical line through the S. And I had a very interesting conversation with the woman at Comcast about that. But this calculator from the 40s or 50s has 2 vertical lines through the S. Now, it's my premise, and I'm working off of this, that's the true symbol for a dollar. However, I have yet to find a note, a Federal Reserve note, a silver certificate, or any type of note that's used in or on America that has the 2 vertical line S imprinted on the note itself. Now, it seems through our disillusionment of this system that we have been programmed to believe that the one vertical line through the S is the actual symbol for a dollar. I don't buy that anymore. Now let's go back to the 1 ounce fine silver. 1 ounce fine silver is on the magnitude of $1. And it could reasonably be stated that 1 ounce fine silver equals $1. Now, if that's the case, and I receive a receipt from, let's say, Sam's Club, that receipt has no symbol on it. So it's my contention that they're receiving funds, currency, dollar for dollar. However, here's something I want everyone to hear and take a look at for yourselves. And this is what I did. IRS forms. I took the 2008 1099-A, 1099 OID, the 1040-V, and the long form 1040. Now, when you look at those forms, you will notice for the let's start with the 1040. That symbol is nowhere to be found. One vertical line through the S on that form. It's nowhere to be found on that form anywhere. When you look at the 1099 OID and the 1099-A, and this actually proves to me that the Internal Revenue Service does in fact do the revenue. Internal Revenue, RE-VENUE, revenue. They revenue the money from the public to the private and vice versa. You'll notice on the 1099-A form, and you'll notice on the 1099 OID form, that the one vertical line S is inside the box on those forms where an amount is entered. It's inside the box. But then I want you to take a look at the form 1040-V, standing for voucher, and this form is what is sent with a 1040 if a tax is supposedly owed. Now you'll notice on the 1040-V, inside the box, and it's in the color black, inside the box there is no sign, there is no symbol for the currency. All it says is dollars and cents. And dollars is spelled out, cents is spelled out within their representative boxes. So here's the way I'm looking at it. When a payment is sent to the IRS, they are receiving that payment in dollars. Now, on the back of a silver dollar, it reads 1 ounce fine silver is on the same magnitude as $1. So when they receive a payment on the 1040-V, they are actually receiving silver as payment. Any other form, they're receiving pesos, if you will, with one vertical line through the S. So when they're being paid, they're receiving silver. Everything else is a lower substance of currency. Sorry about that. So I want you to keep in mind, now this is the way I'm looking at it. Every time the IRS is paid, for example, and the reason I'm using the IRS is not to pick on them per se, but it's because all of us at some point in our lives have had to deal with them or pay a tax or something of that nature. So what I'm saying is with the 1040-V, the amount being paid on a 1040-V is in dollars and cents. But every other time, they are acting as if they're receiving pesos. Now, it's my contention, it's my belief, my idea that this is where the original issue discount comes from. Because a peso, a $1 on the market today, at close on Friday, equals 7.92 pesos, which is basically 7.92 cents almost, if you will. So you're going to get approximately 8 pesos for every $1 tendered. Now, the way I see it, it can either be $1 is worth 8 pesos, or it can be $1 is worth 1 ounce of fine silver, equated in a 17.62. Now, the way I'm looking at it, it has to be one or the other. It cannot be both. Now, let's think about this. How can it be both? Well, I think the key phrase here is how can it be both is found on the phrase on the Federal Reserve notes. This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. If that note is being tendered on the public side, it is valued at 8 pesos. If that note is being tendered on the private side, it is worth 1 ounce of fine silver, which equates to 17.62 pesos. That's my contention here. That's the way I see it. And if anyone else has a different idea about that or sees it a bit different, please chime in and comment, because I want to hear others as to how they look at it. But this is my contention on this. Now, I've got another item that I've been looking at over the past day that goes into maritime liens and attachments. This just
wait a minute. Let me interrupt you. You haven't taken that subject to its full extent.
Okay, where should I go with it?
Well, it appears as though Ustus Mullins may have been half wrong.
Yes, it's talked about Federal Reserve notes, and Federal Reserve notes are evidences of debt. Now, I agree, they are evidences of debt. In Black's Law Dictionary, 8th edition, look up the term debt security, and you're going to have to look up the word security, and you'll find it under there. And it's the term debt security. Now, I'm going off the top of my head. A debt security, it reads, is basically what is given, and it says this right in Black's Law 8th edition, by the corporation. Now, the being a singular, what corporation are we talking about? Are we talking about the United States? Are we talking about the Federal Reserve? Well, we know the Federal Reserve is the fiscal agent for the United States, so I believe they just go hand in hand. And it states it's the obligation of the corporation to the holder of the debt instrument. Meaning whoever holds a Federal Reserve note in their hand, they are a creditor to the United States. And in their hand is a creditor to the United States on the private side. They are holding 1 ounce of silver when it comes to a Federal Reserve note, $1. Now, on the public side, they're holding, 8 pesos. Now, Ustus Mullins, for all intents and purposes, to put his research in a nutshell, he's talking about the debt notes, and this is an evidence of debt and this, that, and the other. Well, that is true to an extent, but see, that only looks at the public side. We also need to look at the private side of that Federal Reserve note, because if that Federal Reserve note is good for all debts, public and private, there are 2 sides to that note. There's a public side and there's a private side. Now, Ustus Mullins, I know Winston's talked about the debt note and this, that, and the other. I think the point is being missed, and we're only looking at one side of the coin. We're only looking at the public side, the debt side, the public debt side. But we also need to flip that coin over on the reverse, and we need to make certain that we're looking at this coin that reads 1 ounce fine silver, tilde $1. And that's the private side. That note is worth, that $1 bill is worth 1 ounce of fine silver. Now, the way I look at it, a silver coin is a private piece of currency. You're not going to find silver dollars in circulation. That's because it's a private side currency. Only the private side is going to use silver to settle any debt or any obligation that's outstanding. The private side can only use silver. The private side is not going to use a debt instrument to discharge its obligation. It's only going to use a form of credit, a form of the plus side of the ledger, if you will, something of substance to settle its debt. And I believe that 1 ounce fine silver, tilde $1, that's the private side. And when you look on the public side, that $1 is equal to 8 pesos. Does that hit on it, David? Was that where you're going with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, it seems to appear as though what was announced by the chairman of the Federal Reserve the day after Lindy called, setting up the appointment to meet with the auditors and receive the card, cover that now. That validates what you're saying and why that is. where that estate is, assets of that estate, where it came from. Was it public or was it private?
Okay, well, it's going to have to be private. It just has to be. Now, if let's look at this from, let's say, the Tony King perspective and the DTC and all that stuff. If a man or a woman goes through the DTC and enters into the private side, all right, and I'm using just a basic, simple explanation for this. If you enter in on the private side, that means any currency that you use on the private side or within any transaction, it's going to have to be a private form of currency. You're not going to use public debt on the private side if you're on the private side in a non-commercial venue. And it seems that we were thinking about this, and we were thinking, okay, if let's say someone receives a legacy card or something like that, what are they using for currency out in the real world? This goes back to a recording I have of a man who hopped on the line on a talk show July, I believe, or June of last year, and he talked about a man who he befriended in the 70s when he was in college, and he befriended an older man, and this man would go to the bank every week and withdraw $5,000 in currency. And he basically came around to ask the man, basically what he was doing, and the explanation was, well, I'm spreading the currency. Now, was
circulating?
Yes, I'm sorry, circulating the currency. Now, the question is, here's a man, and he said at the time, this is in the 70s, the man's long gone by now of this life, but he said, I'm simply spreading the currency. $5,000 every week in the 70s, that's a nice chunk of change. And by all intents and purposes, when I look at it today, it's still a nice chunk of change. But now the question is, if this man is on the private side, this man is spreading the currency into circulation on the private side, how is it that he can use Federal Reserve notes to accomplish that task? Well, it's very simple. It's because that debt security, as represented by a Federal Reserve note, also has a private side to it, and that's the meaning of the phrase. This is legal tender for all debts, public and private. It can be used on the public side, and it can be used on the private side. It's just a matter of the currency conversion when it is used. Now, what determines if the, let's say, spender or holder of that note is on the public side or the private side? Now, I think this is where we're going to tie in Tetley's maritime law, etc. But I want to make sure I hit on the point that you were speaking of, David. Ustus seemed to, the way I look at it, he very good researcher, etc. I'm not knocking him for what he did. It was a beautiful thing. He was given a blessing. However, it wasn't the whole kit and caboodle, if you will. He was only looking at the public side. It doesn't seem like anyone is focusing on the private side. It's always talk about the debt. This is a debt note. This is evidence of debt and blah, 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 blah. Okay. Well, then where does the private side of this note come in? The private side has to be there. And since it is there, what type of status does one need in order to cross over to that boundary? And instead of spending 8 pesos, one is actually spending 17.62 pesos, if you will, or actually $17.62 in a sense, in pesos. Scratch that. Where is it when one tenders $1? Is one spending either pesos or one is spending silver, a silver dollar? Where's the cutoff line? Where's a demarcation line in war? Where is that line, and what determines that? Is it an OID form? Is it an A form? I believe it could be. Is it a Ben, W8 Ben? Is it a W8 IMY? I believe it could be. Now, are they going to let just anyone do that? No. They're going to challenge them every step of the way. Or is there a way that's actually been set up in this system on purpose to allow, free of charge, someone to be able to claim that status as a non-commercial vessel, but still be able to use this quote-unquote debt security, but it's not being used as a debt. It's being used as 1 ounce of fine silver. Now, I wholeheartedly believe David Clarence has done that. David Clarence is in the non-commercial realm. And the evidence I provide for that, not to discount the emails and stuff and the information we've seen, but I focus your attention on Tetley's Maritime Law. If you're in front of your computer, type in Tetley's.
What about the phone call about the card and the announcement the next day? Are you going to tie that in with where you're going now?
Okay. The call.
It appears as though the auditors verified that all of the trust assets were delivered, moved over to the, if not the dock, loaded back onto the vessel. That the new company official, the captain, has control over. And even though I saw folks typing in the chat window on Sam Davis's broadcast Thursday or Friday night about that, or the following week of this announcement by the Federal Reserve Chairman, their thinking was these people that are supposedly being brought into the DTC by the false named Tony King was impacting the Federal Reserve and caused that announcement. What's our position on that? Why that announcement was made? You lighting up another smoke, or did we lose you? I think you're still here somewhere. Guest 35. Are you asking if I am on Social Security disability? I never have been. And if you'll be patient, he'll explain this to you. Timothy, we've lost you if you're speaking.
Oh, I'm here. I'm sorry. Okay. I had you on mute. We're dealing with an option trade here. I don't believe it was anything that Tony King per se had done, because it said in a surprise move they had to raise the rate. And it was very ironic.
Bank to bank.
Yes.
It impacted the bank for the benefit of the Federal Reserve. This move was to benefit the Federal Reserve, to increase their revenue coming in.
Yes. And when the Fed raises rates, they're expecting a contraction of the money supply. There's a humongous vacuum occurring. And they're pulling out, the way I see it today, they were pulling out the public side of that note because they were expecting in 3 days' time a large infusion on the private side. That's the private side of that note coming into play, that Federal Reserve note.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as I said on last week's broadcast, can I prove that 100%? No, I cannot. I can't do it. I just can't do it. But I tell you what, hearing the story about Hartford Van Dyke having a $500 million lien that he sent through, and it was good to go, and then Bill Clinton takes all the credit for that, being the only president in history to receive a $500 million payment on Social Security. First time it ever happened. Now, did Hartford receive the credit for doing that? No, he did not. But he knew he did it. And others that received that information at the time know it was what Hartford did that moved that market, that made William Jefferson Clinton, the corporate president, come out and say that. Even though he took the credit, he didn't have anything to do with it whatsoever. He just claimed it on his watch. But we know it's what Hartford did in the background on the private side that actually moved that market. And it's my contention that it was the day after the call came through, after the call was made on the option, that's when the Fed came out the very next day on that Thursday and said in a surprise move they had to up the rate for overnight lending to banks to 0.25%, otherwise known as 2 bits, which are two units of silver. And now, if they raise the rate 2 bits, my grandfather always said that, 2 bits, 2 bits. What's 2 bits? And I was like, is it $2? He said, no, it's 25 cents. Well, when you're talking in bits, you're talking in silver. They raised the percentage 2 bits. They raised the percentage 2 percentage points in they're working on silver. So they received something on the private side. There was an infusion of cash on the private side, which had to take the place of that public side money on that $1 bill. That's the way I see it.
Or the Federal Reserve had to pay something significant.
Yes.
That they needed more revenue coming in to cover it.
Yes, I agree. Yes.
Yeah. So this estate is obviously not in the public any more than the bonding that the courts and the banks, the financial institutions, the insurance companies, various government agencies are not doing those things in the public, or everybody would know about it and it would be going on, and it wouldn't have taken the research of these commerce gurus, people, to uncover this. And so the settling of that estate is not coming from the public fund. It's coming from the private fund because it's all in private. No one can go anywhere on the internet or contact any government agency by any way, shape, or form, or a public official and find any information on this estate. It's all on the private side. So the resources of the revenue or the assets of that are all on the private side. And that's what he was announcing. And he cautioned the market not to perceive this as a trend of what's to come yet. This didn't have anything to do with the public side of the market. What was being done was in the private. But in talking to my herbalist, who is also a currency trader, he said that these bots, these robots that trade this currency 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, reacted to that announcement negatively, and the currency market took a hit that day, which would have been the 23rd, 19th, 18th, I don't know, 17th, 18th of last month, something like that. So it appears to us that either this is a coincidence or the call that was made from the banker to me on a Wednesday, the day before the announcement by the Federal Reserve Board chairman, that they were raising their interest rates bank to bank in a surprise move they were able to restrict the currency. That they admitted in that announcement that they had been flooding the market with currency for years to keep the economy afloat. So either the economy has suddenly turned around and it's all roses and blue sky, which we know that's in fact not true by the price of gasoline and food, or there's a new source of currency from somewhere, or something backing the currency, or it's boosting the economy, or having some type of an effect. And it may very well be. There doesn't seem to be any indicator of anything else that anybody's doing any reports on, whether they're economists or financiers or currency experts or whatever, in any of the publications, that it may very well have been what we've been able to do. And there's a guest in here who wants you to return to Tetley's. So I guess I can let you do that now.
Okay.
But what we're saying, folks, is we're through Ustus's research and things like that, and I'm not taking anything away from Ustus, and may Yahweh rest his soul, living spirit, that he only looked at the public side of the Federal Reserve note, and he didn't have the thought to turn it over and look at the greenback side, which evidently is representative of silver. That's what Lincoln printed, was greenbacks, Lincoln greenbacks, and they've evidently made the ink all black on the front side, the face of it, where this red serial number is, in black on purpose. They don't do things by accident. And the reverse side is in green on purpose. It serves it's done for a reason, a specific reason, and it has nothing to do with counterfeiting or looking different than other currencies or anything like that. It appears as though the green side represents silver value on the private side. So if in fact they've been circulating currency and U.S. bonds on the public side with that bond number off of one of those 10 Social Security cards attached to the name, then there's also another side to all of that, and that's the private side, the silver side, or the gold side. And they've been trading that in the private, not out in the, they're trading it out in the open, but they're disguising it. And those proceeds from that trading belong to the trust. It's trust property. Now, they may be able to keep profits made from the profit, the original profit, for themselves and enrich themselves. But the original interest or profit made on the trading is in silver, and it belongs to the trust. It's trust property. And so that means that the estate that the auditors were inspecting and verifying that everything, that all the trust property or currency or revenue was there in place and accounted for, had to be paid by the Federal Reserve on the private side. So that would be the surprise move, that they never, this whole national treasure quest, something they set up and disguised so well that they believe no one would ever figure it out, and no man has. It was given to us, Timothy and I, by Yahweh our Father, I'm sure Timothy will testify. He couldn't have figured this out any more than I could have.
That's right.
So, in fact, those Federal Reserve notes are benefiting all of us. If all these bond numbers from all these Social Security accounts are being circulated in these various Federal Reserve districts, it's all benefiting your estate, tremendously. They're doing a really good job. So I'll leave you at that, with the exception of replying to Guest 58 says Guest 35 just called David a liar for drawing Social Security when he's in fact not drawing Social Security. 35, can't you understand? I'm not drawing Social Security. I don't get Social Security. Never have. Don't have a Social Security account. Wouldn't want one. See? So anyway, leave it at that. Continue with your Admiralty. Your
well, let's look at
Tetley's.
Okay. Well,
not
that's
the T.
Well, that Social Security thing. That's all in persona. It's all in person. It's not in rem. It does not affect the res per se. It's all in person. It's all in the person. It's all in the person. It's all in the upper cap name, all capitalized name. That's what Social Security benefits. Even U.S. Treasury checks, as we've seen, have the symbol, have the peso symbol, and they're always payable to the all cap name. They've got nothing to do with the res or the rem. They have everything to do with the person or the persona. Now, research Tetley's. Tetley's will take you to, I believe it's a college in Canada. And Tetley's is actually, I believe it's the name of a man, and there's a photograph of him, an image of his photo, whatever you want to call it, on that website. This was something, I've had this link bookmarked for a long time, and I sent it to David. It's probably been a month or two ago. I showed him this. But I've never printed any of his papers, and I've never read them up until yesterday or the day before. And once I printed one of his papers, and I'm not even finished with it yet, but I was skimming over it, and I called David yesterday, and I said, David, you have got to read this stuff because it is phenomenal. It explains everything step by step. Now, what I wanted to do is I wanted to have that with me so I could read the introduction to one of the papers he had written on the broadcast tonight. But unfortunately, I don't have that piece of paper with me at this time. But I tell you what, it's if you go into his papers, it's the one titled Liens. What was it? Liens, attachments, blah, 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 in maritime jurisdiction or admiralty jurisdiction or something of that nature. That's the title of the paper. And it was printed in a law journal, and I'm trying to think of the name of it. David, do you remember the law journal? It wasn't Tetley's law journal. It was something else, law journal.
I don't remember which one you were quoting from, what you were quoting from.
Was it the Talmud?
Say it again?
Was it the Talmud?
The Talmud? No,
Oh, I thought that's the one they all go by. I'm sorry. Oh.
No, that's all right. Something law review. It'll come to me if necessary. But when you read this paper, it's just phenomenal. It details everything they've done step by step. It details court appearances. It details, some of you might have heard of in rem jurisdiction. There's in rem jurisdiction, which goes back to civil law, common law. And there's in personam jurisdiction, which goes to admiralty law. And the United States, he goes on to state in this paper, has basically the best of both worlds, because in the United States, they look to attach in rem and in personam in the same case. And when you read this paper, oh my goodness, it just has everything about the vessel. And the point I want to get across foremost is, in that paper, it talks about different jurisdictions, if you will, being countries. It breaks it down in Canada, because that's where Tetley's is located, in Canada. It talks about Canada, the United Kingdom, and the United States, first and foremost. And it breaks those fictions down, if you will, as to their jurisdictions and how they handle admiralty law cases, maritime cases. It talks about maritime liens, and it talks about maritime attachments. Now, the point I want to get across, most important for everyone to see is, and this is what David Clarence has shown, is that it states in there a vessel, and this pertains to the United Kingdom. And it also pertains to the United States, because that's basically where the law came from for the United States, is the United Kingdom. And when you look at the DTC paperwork, you can select a United Kingdom entity, and that's what I've been told is the entity that has to be selected, and blah, 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 down the line. He ties in the Roman Catholic Church, Roman law, he ties everything in. Now, the point I want to stress, and I want everyone to realize, is this. In there it states, an in rem jurisdiction cannot be applied to a vessel of the state and or a non-commercial vessel. Listen to what I'm saying. He states, in rem jurisdiction cannot apply to a vessel owned by the state and or a non-commercial vessel. David Clarence has the registrant status, and the email stated, this number is to not be placed on a commercial vehicle. This number can only be placed on non-commercial vehicles, which strikes out any maritime lien or maritime attachment in rem. Now, what does in rem mean? Tetley goes through that information. Now, to my understanding, in rem, you're basically looking at the body. You're looking at common law. And he talks about how back in the day, 1700s, there was basically prohibitions written that admiralty law could not trespass on the jurisdiction of a common law court. The common law always looked at in rem jurisdiction. In rem being the body, the vessel, and the cargo the vessel transports. That's the only thing that could be looked at in rem. If I walked up to someone and punched him in the nose, he has a right in common law to come after me for damage because I physically did harm to him, if you will, if I had no justification. But now here comes the flip side. It's called in personam. And the common law courts rallied against this because in personam was basically a function of admiralty courts. And anyone who's ever been to court knows, or ever been into a 501c3 church knows, there's a flag of the United States. And that flag is fringed in gold. The gold fringe flag is representative of admiralty jurisdiction. Any courtroom today you walk into is going to have that flag in the background, and it's going to be fringed in gold. That is a ship. You're on a ship. You're on a vessel at sea. I don't care if you feel like you're standing on concrete on land, they consider you as a vessel at sea. And they're looking at in rem as well as in persona jurisdiction. Now, the main difference between the two is in rem only goes against the vessel and the cargo it is carrying. In persona jurisdiction is exactly that. In persona, in person. personality. What is the person? The person is the all-cap name. Now, this is where I believe the flaw can be found, as Hartford Van Dyke said, and Winston has mentioned. Hartford always said, find the first mistake. And once you find that first mistake, hone in on it and never let go of it, because that's where the quote-unquote remedy is going to be found. Now, Tetley talks about in persona, going back to the person. And it's my contention when he says person, he is referring to a live man or woman who is actually the owner of the vessel itself in persona. So he'll talk about person, and I believe what he's referring to is the living man or woman, the flesh, if you will, with the spirit. Now, the thing about in persona is, and this is exactly what I've heard about day in and day out in courts within the United States, and that is this. Not only does the court take possession of the rem, and in Tetley's he talks about the res. Anyone who has studied trust law knows exactly what the res is. The res is the body of the trust. The res is also the vessel that our spirit is within, if you will. It is the flesh that comes from the dirt of the ground, as discussed in Genesis. That is the res, the body. Now, I find it very interesting. This was given today that if you set up an account at a bank under a trust, the bank does not want the res. The only thing the bank requires is the title page and the signature page of the trust. That's all they want for their records. They do not get a copy of the res of the body because it's private. They have no jurisdiction over the body. The IRS tries to gain jurisdiction of the body, but within any trust, the IRS nor any other man or woman has no jurisdiction of the body. I don't care what anyone says. But the only thing the bank wants, and the bank is on the public side, they only want the title page and the signature page. They do not get the body. The body is private. Now, Tetley talks about in rem and in persona jurisdiction. Now, he states in this article, he states the U.S. is different because the U.S. allows attachment in rem as well as in persona, which means not only can the body be held as security for the claim, the person can also be held as security for the claim as well. Now, isn't it interesting that some have tendered bonds, etc., to court cases to have them discharged, but only to discover the court will keep going and going. They want the body. This is exactly what Tetley is talking about. Not only do they want the res, the value, the cargo, the vessel. The res is the vessel, the ship. They not only want that, but they want the person as well. Because when they take the person, they can also get every single asset tied to that person. Now let's think about this. What accounts, if you will, are in the name of the person? Everything is in the name of the person. The driver's license is in the name of the person. The title to the car is in the name of the person, the all-cap name. The Social Security card is in the name of the person. The mortgage, the student loan, the utility bill, the gas bill, everything is in the name of the person, and it can be attached on a maritime lien. So they get the in-person accounts, if you will, but they also get the res, in rem, and that is the body itself. So if a person is convicted of a crime, they get the body. Where do they put the body? They transport it to a warehouse. What is the warehouse? It's the penitentiary, or it's the county jail. They hold the body. They make money off of the body. Plus, they also hold the person as far as attachments and restitution comes into play. So they're going to make money off the in rem jurisdiction, which is the holding of the body. And it's, to my knowledge, let's say it costs a penitentiary $8 or $9 a day to house an inmate. But they're going to turn around and they're going to bring in per inmate $90-some a day. That's the private side that they're tapping. That's the holding of the res in rem. But see, they're also going to hold the person in persona jurisdiction. So if there's any restitution to be made on the public side, they're able to attach any account in the person's name, the all-cap name, whether it's a garnishment of wage, a garnishment of Social Security payments. David and I have a very close friend who is experiencing just that, the garnishment of a private trust in the person's name. It's just not right. They're collecting on both sides. They're collecting on the private side, and they're collecting on the public side. And this is something Tetley discusses. And Tetley says the U.S. is basically in like no other country because they will hold the res and they will hold the person, and they will collect off of both. And if anyone here has been to court and they've been through this and that and the other, they've witnessed it firsthand. I have a family member who's going through the same thing. They're going into the person for restitution, and they're also holding the body, the res, and they're collecting from the private side. Every day he is incarcerated. They're doing the same thing. And it's all maritime. This whole freaking thing is on the vessel. Look at Matthew 13 in Scripture. It talks about Yeshua, the Son of Man. Before he talks to the crowd, he hops into a boat before he starts speaking. What is being said here? Why did he have to get into the boat before he started speaking? If I'm speaking to a crowd of 5,000, I want to get to a higher elevation, like a pulpit, if you will, so everyone can see me and everyone can hear me. He got into a boat on the sea. What is the significance of him doing that? The vessel on the sea. It's this entity here, this world, is mimicking Scripture, and the way it's using it is through maritime jurisdiction, vessels at sea. You read this article. I'll get the link over to David, and he can post it on the Google group so everyone can read exactly what I'm referencing. But Tetley, he describes it all. It's all right there. It's all vessel at sea. It's all maritime jurisdiction. Plain and simple. Now I'm out of breath, David. It's just there. You just read it. I implore everyone listening, hearing this voice, to read this article, and we'll get it posted. It is all right there. It's all maritime vessel jurisdiction. And Tetley even says, in rem cannot apply to a state-owned vessel and or a vessel in a non-commercial capacity. David Clarence has taken that first hurdle. He's in the non-commercial capacity. They can't touch it. Now, the only thing they can do is go in persona. They cannot touch the res, the body. The body is there. Unless it signs into a contract against it, they cannot touch the body. All they can touch is the person. And, you know, that's something that we're going to have to discuss about all of that stuff. So, you know, if anyone has any questions or comments, you know, you're welcome.
How'd you get so schmott?
Blessings from the Father in heaven. I'm telling you, I can't explain it. It's just there. Read it, and you'll see it. It's right there. It's all maritime jurisdiction. And here's the cool part about this, and you and I were talking about this, David. He goes into explain the process of attaching something on a maritime lien. And it's fairly simple. It's an affidavit. It's a due process.
Hey, don't go there. Don't, no, stop.
Okay, we lost Timothy for a couple minutes. Too much background noise. Anybody have any questions, comments? It's 35. Would you like to call in and identify yourself and voice your criticisms? Of course not. We know who you are.
Hey, Dave.
Hey. Jump in here while Timothy's occupied.
Where did Uncle Doug go to?
Where's the what?
Where did Uncle Doug go to?
Uncle Doug, I don't know. No. Ladybug, you have a question, but I never answer them. Well, they're all sexual. Matrimonial questions, rather. I answered your question as best I could. I'm not your type.
David, did you say guest 35? Who's guest 35?
I can't say.
Okay.
I'll tell you later.
All are welcome. Please join the call. You got questions, concerns, comments, now's the time. Hop on in. Let's discuss it.
Just 35. It mysteriously just left the chat.
Well, maybe he or she is going to join the call here in a minute.
I doubt that.
Hello, gentlemen.
They logged back in as 76 or 77 now. Hello, young man.
How are you? Hi, I'm new to this call. I do know Ladybug. I have the pleasure of knowing her. My name is Carlos again. I just logged in because I saw you guys on live, and I'm glad to be here. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. If may I would like to find out if you were talking about maritime liens, right? And I've been interested in learning about that, so if you have any comments.
We were talking about what? I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
Maritime lien?
Maritime liens. Yeah. Something you can get in a lot of trouble with.
Okay.
Tim Turner's, I think it is working on that. Not something you want to do lightly.
Right, okay.
I have personal experience with a man I know here from Pennsylvania that got all total about 6 or 7 years in state penitentiary for UCC liens. And they obviously were pretty good liens. It took the legal resources of a very large insurance company in Philadelphia about 3 years to get those liens off of them.
Okay.
And, so they obviously had some merit. When you start leaning powers to be in your status that we're all enslaved under, that all capitalized name, it can have negative connotations, impacts on you that things you're not going to want to deal with, So I'm not saying not to do it. I'm just saying be very careful and understand that it could very well result in you spending the rest of your life in a penitentiary somewhere or something.
And we don't want to go there. The only reason it sparked my interest, maybe that would help us stop the or hold on to our properties in case of foreclosure.
Mm.
That was the only reason, so that we could put in some kind of insurance so we don't lose our home as easy.
Oh, you want to lien your own land or property?
Right.
Yeah, I don't see any immediate negative impact to you doing that. You're not doing it against someone else, but they're not going to like it. That's what they're using, all Admiralty law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the point is that whether they like it or not, the point is that I need to protect my roof over my head.
Yes, you do.
Keep that roof over my family, and eventually a lot of us are going that way.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm just seeking for more than one way to keep us afloat.
Well, everybody's looking for the silver bullet, and we understand why.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of vampires out there trying to suck the blood out of you.
Yep.
We'll post that Tetley article or a link to it. I should have already put that up on the Google group, either in the discussions or files section, and I'll do both, one or the other, or both of them, hopefully by tomorrow. And you folks will be able to look at that yourself. It's excellent. This is an attorney, a professor of law, and he did his homework really well. He really lays this Admiralty jurisdiction and its impacts out very well, and backs it all up with citations to his research. It's when you read it, though, you have to read it with a discriminating eye and understand the double meaning of the words that he's using.
Right.
See? Then you'll understand which he's discussing, the private or the public side.
I understand a little bit about that.
Yeah. Okay. And Ladybug says that you were hitting on her about 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Or she was hitting on you about 2 weeks ago?
I don't know. Both ways, I guess.
Oh. See? I knew Ladybug was a cougar.
No, I had the pleasure of meeting her in Vegas.
Yeah.
We had a great time in a little crowd in a very respectful manner.
Yeah. She's nice. Yeah. She lets me pick on her.
Yeah, and what is your group? Is that a good group?
Well, we have the County Notary Google group, the highest office in law. If you just type County Notary, all one word, into any search engine, the link to the Google group, highest office in law, will come up.
And what about land patents?
We don't have anything on there presently. We're going to put we're probably going to reactivate the Federal Circuit website that had all that, a lot of research in that area and other areas on there before, and we'll put that back up again and discuss it here and put a link to it on the Google group.
Actually, I found Angela Stark follows your program, or this program.
Uh-huh.
And I found that she followed this, and I wanted to follow what she followed, and I ended up here.
Angela Stark on Sam Davis's call.
I don't know if that's where she's at, but I think she does also visit that site.
Let me darn.
I could be wrong though, but I've been doing it in a good manner, good.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to learn and stay afloat.
We don't advocate or deal with commerce issues here.
Right.
And that's not what we're doing here tonight. Even though we're discussing Federal Reserve notes and things, our interest is the private side.
Right.
That we've discovered, and that's you see, folks, we've all been indoctrinated and conditioned all our lives to just think and be public and think and be public and think and be public. Have no concept or inkling that this private side exists. And that's where we need to be. See? That's where all the benefits are. That's where the recognition of your foreign sovereign immunity status is on the private side. And once it's recognized on the private side, and they do recognize that you have it there. But once you change your status and cure that defect of that original granting with your footprints, then the private is superior to the public. It always is. If you read the exceptions in Title 28, United States Code, burping on my tea here, it spells out that there has to be substantial commercial activity. See? And to cause a situation where your foreign sovereign immunity status isn't recognized, and that is recognizing you as a foreign state. Say, a nation unto yourself, under Yahweh, a foreign bank of central issue. Say, it's not subject to the Admiralty law, the military, U.S. jurisdiction, if you will. Is that all you had, Carlos?
No, I'm listening very carefully, and I am into private. I like the system that the fact that everything is a trust. I like studying about trust, and I just follow some other respected persons as you who do believe in trust. Everything's a trust, and we should have everything. We should have everything in private. In public, we don't gain anything. They're probably think we're nuts. Or
trusts are private.
Right? Yes, I understand.
Scripture is all trust, and the private side of that is your personal relationship with your Creator, Yahweh Father, and His only begotten Son, Yeshua. The name of the trust is the Holy Spirit.
Actually, the Bible is the trust. It's our trust.
It's what?
It's a trust.
The whole Scripture is trust law.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, there's Admiralty and Commerce in there. But it's all trust law.
Thank you, and I'll keep back and keep listening. Thank you.
You're very welcome, young man. Okay, Ladybug, you want to call in and start something? What report today found on a website, 84? The Catholic Church is facing an existential crisis these days. The Catholic Church is facing an existential crisis these days as a result of the external crisis. Okay, Ladybug.
Hi, Dave. It's Betty here.
Hey.
How are you?
We're pretty good.
Good. My email wasn't working for a day. I don't know. I had sent you off an email stating about the link off of your website on the Cotton Bales court case.
You're saying that download doesn't work?
That's right. I couldn't get it to work on either computer.
Look for the file in the file section.
I thought that I had.
should be a PDF file there. I'm not looking at it right now myself, but here I have the website. I can look right at it. Let's see here. If Vista will behave itself.
The file was there, but I couldn't get it to download.
Okay. 26 US 551. I just clicked on it. Federal Circuit site. I used to test all the downloads all the time. Okay, I'm getting an error from Adobe. You're right. I'll look into that. Thank you. I wanted to do that, and it slipped my mind with everything else that's going on.
I can imagine.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
I do have a question on UCCs if you have a few minutes. You don't like UCCs?
Go ahead.
This guy, Dean, that was taking care of his aunt for 14 years,
right.
They did a affidavit of obligation. And she thought it was worth $1 million a year for him to take care of her. So they agreed for $15 million, and then for him to put a lien against the house in that amount in case anything ever happened, like what did happen in her case.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he tried to file it in Cleveland in Cuyahoga County, and they wouldn't file it because it wasn't a fixture lien. So then we sent it off to Georgia. But I don't know. I guess we need to somehow get it off to Columbus.
Well, if you get it recorded anywhere, you get a certified copy from the official that recorded that appears on their docket, their record, their files. And then you file that with the county or wherever you want to file it. They'll then have to accept that. At least they should.
Okay.
And no, I'm not suggesting you do that, but if that's what you want to do.
There was one problem with it. The description of the land, the wording, they only allowed you so much text, and it didn't copy. So I guess he would have to correct that anyway, correct?
You mean the meets and the bounds?
Yeah.
Either that or reference the deed recording, book and page number, and the office where it's recorded. You don't have to do the entire meets and bounds description. You just attach a copy of the deed, a certified copy of the deed to the UCC-1 as an addendum.
Okay, but that would have to be recorded as well, because I think all they did was mention the tax ID number and the parcel number.
Well, those are all going to zero in on that deed, that real estate. Either the recording of the deed or the tax or the parcel number, they're going to all zero in on that, so there can't be any mistake as to what's being described. I don't know if you can attach something to a UCC-1 or not. I may have used some of those back in the early 90s. I think there's some things on file somewhere that I did when I was experimenting with such concepts.
He did a UCC-3 as well, to amend it to do the title. So as long as they're doing it amongst themselves and they're not doing it to any judge or, anybody, there's not going to be any kind of repercussion, do you think?
No, it's all private.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And
as much as we can be, as we can be private in using that name on all caps. They just can't record anything in the public having to do with us as men and women with living spirits. If you try and do that, even in the description, it's not going to be regarded as being private. It'll always be regarded as being done by that name in all caps. Unless you do a notary commission oath and silver bond correctly, obviously.
Okay, so the fact that it was recorded in Georgia, you believe that if he takes it down again or I take it because I'm his power of attorney while he's being detained, his court date's at the end of the month, that they will honor it and record it this time?
That's the law. Do you know what law that is?
I'm going to write it down right now.
Full faith and credit clause, the United States Constitution. All the acts of every state shall be respected and regarded and acknowledged by every other state. That's the argument. If they say no, say, what's your oath to? United States Constitution? Bring it out. Say, here's the full faith and credit clause. I used that on a U.S. court clerk, and he did an about face immediately when he was refusing to record a notary judgment.
Okay.
And David, and remember, the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act is touched on by Tetley in this article.
Yes.
He mentions the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. They recognize it. They know it's there, and they know what it means.
And it's their Admiralty jurisdiction that has to recognize it. And everything they're doing in these courts is Admiralty. I'm sorry, dear. We didn't mean to overtalk you.
No, I was going to ask him. I came in late. What was the article he was talking about?
We'll post that up on the Google group, either in the discussions or the file section, or both tomorrow. Timothy, do you have that we can do that, or a link to it?
Yes, I'll email it to you when I get to a computer. I'll email you the article, and you can just post the article.
Okay,
but it's on Tetley's website. Just type in Tetley, and it's going to take you to Tetley's Maritime Law.
Spell that for them.
Tetley, just like the T. Tetley.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And the name of sure, you're welcome. And the name of the article, it's what was it? Attachment of liens and attachments in the maritime jurisdiction, something like that. He has many articles.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you much.
Okay, dear. That's what they're using in a cotton picking court, Admiralty law. Maritime flag with a fringe around it. It's not martial law, it's maritime law.
Oh, I know that. Okay, have a good one then. Thank you.
Thank you, dear. Timothy? Oh, you're muted out again. Well, you'll pop in and out as you can. I know you're busy with your other responsibilities. Shut that cotton picking beer joint down. Just kidding, it's not a beer joint, folks. But, if you read that Tetley article concerning maritime law, he just puts it all together. It explains everything. And he tells you what's going on and how they're doing it in the courts. And what to do about it. And it goes into maritime liens. And I'm not suggesting you do those things. You need to be careful. Wise as a serpent. See? It's meek as a lamb.
Yes, and I touch on those points for exactly that, as Scripture says. Be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove.
No.
Know exactly what they're doing. Know exactly what they're doing. And Tetley explains it from A to Z. Exactly what they're doing. And it reminds me of what I've read and heard of Tim Turner's process of the maritime lien. And from all accounts that I've ever heard, he's basically mastered that process. And from others that I've heard from, he has it down, and he knows what's being done. The affidavit, the 10 days or 20 or 30 days, they receive the mailings and they do not respond, and then there's the affidavit, and then there's the judgment. That's all maritime lien and attachment, plain and simple. And even Tetley says it's very simple on how it's done, and that's exactly how the United States functions, as well as every single court that I've seen within the United States. That's exactly how they function. It's all Admiralty.
Could this be it? Arrest, attachment, and related maritime law procedures, PDF, 1999,
yes.
73, Tulane Law Review, 1895 to 1985.
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
That's the one. Yes, and it talks about the arrest. And I've heard the stories of the man standing in court and saying, pointing at the judge, I arrest your bond. And that judge probably turning ghost white, because that judge knows exactly what was meant there. It's a maritime lien and attachment on his or her bond.
Mm-hmm.
They know exactly what's going on. Exactly what's going on. They've run out, and I've heard they've run right out of the courtroom. Rightfully so. They don't want to be arrested. And they know it can be done by anyone. It's powerful stuff. It's one thing walking into a courtroom and not knowing anything about what's going on, or having a perception of what's going on that is not even close to exactly the truth. But think about if you walked into that courtroom knowing exactly what was going on, knowing there was a lien, a maritime lien, and a maritime attachment. You are then wise as the serpent. You know exactly what's going on. And then you can be as gentle as that dove, and you can get the job done. You know, you bring up the lien and attachment in Admiralty. Ask them, is this an in rem or in persona or both? Where's the attachment? You know, it's all right there. It's exactly what they're doing day in and day out. And they're attempting to collect on the private side and the public side. They're attempting to take the whole thing. And that's exactly what we've been doing. We know the prepaid treasury account exists. It does exist. It is there.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. One of 1,000 put that post up. Let me repeat that for those who are listening to the archives. This is the title: Arrest, Attachment, and Related Maritime Law Procedures. PDF, 1999. The citation is 73 Tulane, TUL period, L period for law, REV period for review, Tulane Law Review, 1895 to 1985. Type that in. I just typed it in Google, thanks to one of 1,000. I came up with a link, the same one that Ben had, and I didn't see Ben had posted it. And thank you both, and you, Timothy. I know you'll pop back in here when you can. Does anyone else have any questions, comments, or guest 35? You're back in here as. Wait a minute, I'm not sure right now. Did you want to identify yourself? And offer some criticism out in the open. No? Anybody else? Questions, comments, criticism? Okay, we'll pause for a station identification. This is David Clarence, expressly reserving all liberties. A notary on the land, York County, Nation, Pennsylvania. Near the corporation, barfly-infested county of York, and the corporation Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, near those. Regretfully not far enough away, or at least I didn't used to be. And legal status definitely changed, folks. Seeing evidence of it all the time. Seemed to be off the radar. No jurisdiction.
David.
Yes.
I have a question. And to Timothy also. Per last week's call, should we still be possibly following the clues that the two of you were laying out in regards to the Department of Commerce seal?
Well, we're explaining the things that we've been given by Yahweh to you, and relating it to our experience and what we're finding and being given. They're not per se clues on how to do what we've been shown how to do. I will keep it. Maybe that's not what you mean, but let me say this anyway for you folks, and I know there's at least one individual out there that's trying to duplicate this. No, I know there's two. You don't have sufficient knowledge on how to do this. When the chairman of the Federal Reserve said it was a surprise move, he was serious. They never expected anybody to be able to do this. Seriously. National Treasure request stuff. Now, I'm sure there's only about 12 billion people out there on the planet that are smarter than I am. They may very well be able to do what I couldn't do, but Timothy and I have and will continue to testify that we could not have done this using our own brain power, my one brain cell and his entire brain.
Okay.
You know, you're just not going to do it. It's the symbolism you've got to be able to recognize and then understand it and how to apply that and where to apply it that you're going to run up against. These were Masons that hid this stuff. That's why I say that you don't have to be a Mason. I misstated that, but it was for the life of me. I tried to figure out for years why I ever got involved with that outfit. I accepted or asked to be sponsored into the Blue Lodge, the Masonic Lodge, because of my interest in serving an association or an organization that did the charity work that they appear to do on the public side and do, and not do. But I found out that it was more than that, and then I utilized my insatiable quest for knowledge and started doing a lot of research in assets and collections that are only available in those lodge libraries. You can't find them anywhere else. You'd have to spend a few years in there, or at least, and accomplish what I was able to learn.
I have another.
To enable you to have, I would say, a 50-50 chance of being able to accomplish this. And I'm not just saying this to discourage people. You can go waste all the time you want to, trying whatever you want to try. Good luck. I think you have a better shot at going and buying a lottery ticket. So, thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Oh, that's okay. How about another way of looking at it, possibly the U.S. of A versus the U.S.?
You're asking for more clues.
That's like I'm going in the right direction, maybe.
Is this resistor?
No. This is one of 1,000s.
Ah, thank you for that link.
You bet. That's what it's all about.
For that article. Good job. Did you know about that, or did you find it?
No, I just listened to you guys talking, and then just kind of jumped on the website there and did some digging, and thanked Timothy. He's the one that was talking about it, and he got my curiosity piqued once again.
Oh, he found it. I'll tell you what, folks. It was difficult to contain him on Tuesday when he found that and started reading it. I had to sit here and listen to 2.5 hours of him reciting that article. Can you mute your phone out in the background there? Unless you are talking to me. *6. Do I have to start hunting you down? Oh, please don't make me do this. Thank you. No, you didn't do it yet. Let's see. Which one am I going to pick on? See if that was it. Bingo. Am I good or what?
I have another question, David, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Last week you were kind of divulging some information about possibly setting up something where you were going to, I guess maybe share more with folks that you were going to basically help out in a better way, I guess, trying to not basically throw out what you were talking about last week, I guess, indirectly. Maybe you can understand what I'm inferring to.
Well, we're not in a position, we're not ready to do that yet.
Do you anticipate time soon or no?
Well, the way Timothy and I look at this, it's not a Powerball win, see. This knowledge of this, how to do it, is absolutely from Yahweh Father. So we look at it as it's to be used to benefit His righteous children, as He says in His Scripture. That can't possibly be me. It can't be. That's impossible. So I can't be His righteous children. Timothy may be. He I would say be closer than I am, and he'll probably deny that also. So it's to serve the Father Yahweh. He will give it to us what to do. He's already giving us some hints. We'll explain that and as we're prepared to do that. I can sit here all night and give you conjecture and guesses and guesstimates and things like that, and it's not to go out and buy $200,000 plus cars and a mansion in the mountains. That's not what it's about, and that may seem extravagant. But the way I look at it is the people that I work with that are around me are important to me, and the cause that I serve, and that cause is my Yahweh Father's cause. I'm not going to put them out there on the highway in Toyotas that they can be rammed by an SUV or a tractor trailer and maybe killed or maimed or something like that. I want to give them the best chance of surviving in that passenger's compartment as possible, because it's just a slaughterhouse out there. Secondly, that land may seem like a gilded cage, but in fact it's not. It's just a well-constructed stone dwelling with other stone dwellings there. There's enough acreage to add other things that we have been kicking around doing, and one thing will probably drive that affluent area crazy is putting in a few hundred pads for campers and the utilities and waste disposal to handle all that. We may do that. It's either that or build an awfully big building with a lot of rooms, and restrooms and things, and people can come there maybe and bring their campers, or we can go buy campers and slide out fifth wheels. They're pretty spacious, can handle a lot of people, and it won't cost that much. It may seem like it's going to be an awful lot, but I'm kind of a chiseler. I'm going to remain.
Blue jeans.
Yes. I'm still washing out plastic bags, folks. A loaf of bread came in, rinsing it out and using it over. I just won't change. I'm just frugal as by nature, so that seems maybe a good plan. I'm not sure. We're not 100% confident in what that resource will be for, but that I was sent to that about a year ago. Just directed to it, and it has nothing to do with wanting to live there. I like it here, South Central Pennsylvania. This is my home, and I don't plan on relocating out there. I'm going to maintain a base here, maybe for no other reasons than the notary offices here. But I know in my heart of hearts that this is not the place to be when the judgment comes. Scripture says, flee to the mountains and do not turn back for your cloak. These are not the mountains, and I'm not sure that I can reliably say that the Appalachian Mountains will qualify as mountains either. The one mountain range on this continent that's recognized as truly being mountains, not even the Sierras, California, it's the Rockies.
True.
So it's kind of given to me that that's the spot to be, where Yahweh will create a sanctuary for his children. That's my role, is just to be conservator, of that. Out of that, I get a bedroom, an attached bath, and a study. That much bigger than the apartment and the half apartment that I had in New York. It's not that much bigger. It's grander. Oh yeah, it's grander. It doesn't mean anything to me, folks. The chair is comfortable. It's comfortable. I don't care how old it is, how much it costs, what it looks like necessarily. It's either just comfortable for me or it's not. You know, I don't need. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry. No disrespect to Patrick.
No, you got to interrupt me. I'll just ramble and ramble.
Oh, that's okay. Let me talk over you. I'm just curious if Patrick is getting any closer to what he's trying to achieve, in essence, the same as you two have been blessed by.
No. That's all I can say.
Okay.
I'm not fully up on what he's doing. Timothy says no.
Okay. Thank you.
You're very welcome, young man. That was
I
easy.
have a question.
Batter up. Go ahead.
Excuse me. You mentioned earlier living spirit. Are you a how do I say that? A living soul on the land?
Nope. Soul is a personality. That's what's talking to you and interacting with you right now.
And
corporations have souls. The fact that the rotten Roman cult has used the corporate soul as a trust to hold all of their holdings for centuries is proof of that's not a living spirit. It's something else. I am a living spirit. At least I believe I have one. Did I answer your question?
You gave me the other two different definitions, yeah.
Yeah. See, in the public, we're trained to regard our living spirits as souls. They do that deliberately to shut off your ability to figure out how to access your Creator. And all these churches, they don't talk about living spirits. You know, I'll give you a third example. It's not the Holy Soul. See, it's the Holy Spirit. So it's the spirit, not the personality. And 1 of 1,000 just typed in there Job 32, 8. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have to make you a co-host here or something. You're doing great.
Uh-oh. There goes the neighborhood.
Can't get any worse than this Dutchman does. Yeah. Folks, the private side of those Federal Reserve notes, boy, it's such a benefit to you. That's where all this, these assets are coming from, and being moved over, have already been moved over. It's all been done on the private side. The proof of that is the PDF files and the links to the court cases in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania all being changed to or legacy docket numbers being added to those cases and then being sanitized. I absolutely didn't scrub those judges' names and arresting officer and prosecuting attorneys' information and the filers, whoever filed the documents on the docket. I didn't do that. I didn't dress those up or erase them. And you can go on the link to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Court of Common Pleas website. Go to Common Pleas Court. Put your mouse over there. A window will pop up, menu, and go to the bottom there and choose the dockets and put the name in there, just like it is off those dockets, and you'll find them. They're still there for now. We thought that they were going to disappear. They may yet. We're not sure. A lot of this is kind of experimental for us. It's all been experimental because we don't get angelic visitations. We're given ideas, concepts, discernment, and once in a while I get a 2x4 upside the head And I'll say again, Yahweh Father, I would appreciate it if you just gave me the whole enchilada all laid out, and so I got an idea of what's going on, and I don't have to grope around in the dark trying to find your light of truth. But we'll continue to do it your way, of course. Guest 92 is saying there's a plaque over the door lintel of the DTC as Scripture Job 32.8 is written. Well, now that'd be interesting. Did you have something else, young man? Jump in there. Summit Glory. If you emailed me and that hit on the Sabbath, you haven't gotten an answer yet. That's why. I normally don't answer telephones or emails on Sabbath day. So I try and do my Yahweh Father's work on those days. Did you have anything else, young man?
I guess I might as well ask you. Yeah, I had tried to do a, dismissal of a case, and I got it returned back saying it was incomprehensible.
You were ordering the case dismissed?
After I had assigned it to myself, being an absence, no judge being there, and having
you can't assign it to yourself. You have to assign it to your court that you are the judge of.
As the sovereign standing in court.
Well, you are
court.
You are the court wherever you are. Black's Law Dictionary says that you are under the definition of court.
Correct.
But you cannot say that I'm doing this and I'm doing that. You can't do that. You have to function as the court. Isn't that what the barfly does? He signs everything by the court. See, he's yelling at you, arguing, and threatening you there from the bench in his black dress. But everything that's signed is by the court. You have to function as the court. See, that's what Regan has and probably continues to tell them. Regan Reedy is that he is the court. The magistrate or the judge he reports, comes back and says, well, I'm the magistrate here, and he comes back and says, you were until I stepped foot on the land of this county. Now I'm the magistrate here. See, and he should have said, I'm the court here, and this court is superior to yours. This is trust law, not Admiralty or whatever you're doing, commerce or whatever. Yes, it's Regan Dwayne, 101,000.
I actually thought I had said that.
Yeah, you may have. It's I don't know what to tell you. Everybody's smarter than I am. It's taken me a long 16, 17 years of retraining my one brain cell to say the right words and use the right terminology, and I still get it wrong. Guest 35 was in here ragging on me earlier that I said I got a Social Security check and cashed it and gave 2/3 of it away in a previous broadcast, and they're just trying to attack me, and I told them the truth. Well, I didn't get it. I just intercepted it. It wasn't sent to me. You know. You know. So anyway.
Well, I'll keep trying.
I guarantee you, young man, you are the court. And that's not just my opinion. I've been doing this since '94. They just don't want me in their courtrooms. The only court that's had the audacity, barfly, allow me to be brought into their religious proceedings since 1994 is the U.S. District Court in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and they're all regretting it. And the marshals are still whining about that experience. You know, when you can cause the United States Marshal Service to whine that it takes them 8 hours to find a county jail somewhere that they can house you in, obviously you know something, or somebody's Yahweh is giving you something, is watching over you. The angel is working overtime. So here we actually use the stuff that we talk about, and suggest to you, and use it first before we turn it loose on you.
Hey, David, you on?
Yes. Let me say one last thing. You're on the right track, but it's like we've said. Your realization of that liberty, of being recognized that you're the court, will take place in that space between your ears and nowhere else. It won't take place in your paperwork. You've absolutely got to believe it. It probably won't work for you if you don't. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
No. I completely agree with it, actually. That's kind of why I got you some emails earlier in the week about my friend Adam. I mentioned him to you.
Mm-hmm.
And I completely agree with that. See, I understand that. It's kind of why I'm bucking up to a lot of things. And well, this week's been pretty interesting, actually. But for what it's worth, you know, my focus is certainly on Adam right now. And this has been an ongoing situation for his family for as long as I've known him. And I can see the quality in this approach hands down. And for what it's worth, you know, I can completely have that in perspective when I go into court with this kind of thing. However, you know, naturally, I don't have the administrative aspect of this down. I don't really understand the paperwork whatsoever. You see, I'm lacking on all that.
The barfly will trip you up. You have to remember, he has a Juris Doctorate in twisting language.
Exactly.
And he'll trip you up by saying, "Are you the president judge of your court?" If you say yes, you're done.
Exactly.
Because those things only exist in corporate jurisdictions. See, he'll try and trip you up with something like that, and they got a whole repertoire of things to say. You know, they think on their feet. Even the dumbest ones. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm expecting it. It's just that I don't know all that stuff yet, obviously.
I've never gone in there with a pre-planned dissertation of what to say. No, I've never done that. It's like Yeshua says. He will put the words in my mouth. He's done that. And not just in our courtrooms, interacting with our clerks and other officials and the marshals. And they think it's that I gave them a hard row to hoe. See, I didn't do that to them. Yahweh did. You can't explain that to them. They don't have any concept of what a God is. Their God is their badge and their 40 caliber Glock.
Well, what do we do from this point on? I mean, I'm prepared as much as I can be in the short amount of time I've been aware of this stuff. But as far as, you know, what can I do right now with what understanding I've got, with you know, Adam's two kids looking at, well, they're looking at getting thrown in jail in the next month and a half for their whole story involved in this. And granted, it's all ridiculous. It's truly ridiculous. I would love to show you.
It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with the issues.
Mm-hmm.
It only has to do with a financial transaction. They're making money off of it. They're bonding it. I absolutely guarantee you they're doing that.
Yeah, I've understood that.
Look at those dockets.
And like you're saying earlier, it's on the private and public side. But at this point, how can we come in there and neutralize that? I mean, essentially take their toy away from them. And that's all I want to do. I'm not out here for revenge. I'm not going to approach the taking kind of thing. I just want to see this man back with his family.
You're in trust law. That trumps theirs.
So I should go to their court and explain to them just how would I explain that exactly? Because, what do I mean, okay, granted, I understand that I'm the court in this respect. However, I don't know any of the procedures in this aspect. That's something I've been lucky enough not to be in court an awful lot. Well, at least not in the last 15 years. My mom could testify to something other than that.
You have to spend hundreds of thousands of hours in there to start to get as good as their 4-year law students have been in practice 4 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100,000 hours is not an option.
No, you don't have the time to do that. So what I'm telling you is you don't have to know those things. You need to plug into Yahweh using the sacred name and Yeshua and ask them to put the words in your mouth. Smite those Philistines for you.
Yeah, I like that.
That's all I've done. I can sit here and crack jokes and things like that and come back to people and because I'm just a wiseacre by nature. And I've had a lot of experience in their courts over more than 38 years. But I don't do it day in and day out like they do. I mean, it's all they do. If it was the comedy factory or something like that, I'd climb up on stage and wisecrack with the audience or something and probably be able to hold my own. And even though I have this experience and I have all this research behind me and this and that, it's like I said, it's no joke. They have a Juris Doctorate in twisting the language. They're the gatekeepers of the knowledge. They keep us from that knowledge. It's hard to match that, really. Even if I wasn't suffering from, or rather dealing with a stroke, that I hesitate all the time and stutter, trying to get my left side of my face and tongue to form the words coherently that can somehow understand what I'm saying before I can speak it. It's not my nature to be doing that in dealing with them in their courtrooms. I absolutely, when I was in there on August the 3rd of last year, I got physically ill, and I have a cast iron stomach. I was dry heaving in their waste can in the courtroom. No joke.
I believe it. Yeah, totally.
I was just so overwhelmed by the evil in that room.
Yeah, it's not nerves.
Man.
It's witchcraft all the way home.
It is. It's just absolute evil in there. It was unbelievable. That I feel energy, and I sense it. And man, horrendous experience. It was worse than the 89 days of solitary bed confinement that followed.
What's worst punishment? No, I completely agree. I was telling some
I shouldn't have said that out in the open. Now he always knows what to do to me the next time. Make me attend their barfly courts for a week.
I'll put you on cell phone when I'm in court. That we don't have to be in there.
Yeah, I can't put the words in your mouth. I don't have any idea what to tell you to say. I can tell you what I've said. What I can recite what been reported to me about Regan said and Jeffrey Dale up on Perry County, Pennsylvania. But you've got to have it yourself.
I completely agree, and I think I'm actually getting a lot that I'm not talking about right now. But you mentioned earlier, and I've researched all of your stuff in your archives about the removal process and how effective that can be in this case. And I recognize that as kind of like the ultimate overkill weapon.
I shouldn't tell people this again on these broadcasts. There is an example of that removal document on the Family Rights Network website. It remains there. If you type in David Clarence, you'll find a link to that. But folks, don't print that thing out and mail it to us because it's going nowhere. You're wasting your resources and your time. And we don't need your donations. Thank you. We'll be returning the ones that were sent to us shortly. But that spells out in there what you are, what court, and it uses the citations to their codes, rules, and regulations in Title 28. That's all it is. It cites the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act, going back 2 or 3 years before Rod Class and Maria Shoemaker had any idea of what that was, previous to their discovering it. I believe if you get it in your head, and the only thing I said to that barfly up there in that U.S. District Court was that I am the court, and she said, well, that's the Middle District Court. And I responded to that by saying, you're either an idiot or a liar. I said, I will not support your religion. You cannot compel me to do that. Your oath, your contract says you cannot compel me to support your religion. And then she had the audacity to say it wasn't a religious practice taking place there. She's been on that bench too long to believe that. She had to be lying.
Yeah.
If you get it in your head that that's an occult, pagan, Luciferian religious practice going on there, and you're a Christian or a Buddhist or whatever, and you understand that in your religious beliefs, I would say that would be the best thing to have in your mind when you go in there, to understand what you're dealing with. And,
I agree.
And don't worry about what else you're going to say about being the court and different things like that. It'll be given to you.
And knowing only a fragment of law to reinforce my position in that, I mean, again, that's where I feel like it would help to have some expertise within reach, I guess, because I've got those words and I've got that understanding. I'm a heretic compared to what they're looking at. I mean, heretic/terrorist, but it's just that I see that branded into my skull for sure. And as much research as I've done in the last week alone, it is just beyond obvious, even with the root of this stuff. But it still doesn't give me comfort knowing that two very close friends of mine, essentially brothers, are in less than a month to serve in time against this insanity. And I don't want to, bring that down on them and say, well, we're going to go off kind of half-cocked, so to speak, and end up getting you guys 4 years, because that's kind of the ultimatum. If they were told that if they're going to resist this, or even so much as mention sovereignty, for example, then they're going to slap them with everything they've got.
Do you know why they're threatening them with that?
Well, naturally, that's their only real ammunition.
They got two cards.
Pain.
They have two cards: deception and intimidation. Yeah. It's a card game, a game of stud poker. No, 3-card, whatever it is. 3 cards are up on the table. They're holding 2 hold cards, and you're holding 2 hold cards. Their 2 hold cards are intimidation and deception. If they flip them over, you'll see they're 2 jokers. Yours are 2 aces.
I like it.
Really? I'm serious.
I'm always pretty good at card games, actually.
All right. It may be, though, that those individuals are under a correction. There may be absolutely nothing you can do to stop what's going to happen. Well, in fact, there isn't. It's whatever Yahweh's will is will happen. It won't matter a tinker's damn what you do. It's His will. Either way, it's His will. It's already predetermined. I believe that.
Yeah, well, that certainly crossed my mind. And we talked about it, too, talking about examining their heart really carefully to see where they stand on this, because I know them, and, I love them to death. But, I wouldn't put it past them to need some adjustments.
Yeah. I guess I don't know if everybody needs it. I know I need it, and I needed it. I got mine.
Mm-hmm. It just seems odd that this whole family seems thoroughly plagued with this sort of situation. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. And I can understand some discipline. I've certainly had my fair share, but this seems like a deliberate attack of some sort.
It's going to get worse. It doesn't get any better. If I've learned nothing in almost 63 years, is it doesn't get any better. Clinton was better than what the Patriots are dealing with now. They'll tell you that. George Bush Sr. was better. Even the Bush Jr. was better than what they're saying that anyway. What they're dealing with now. Yeah, it doesn't get any better.
Remember, we all used to bag on Clinton, and now we're thinking, oh, God, if only we had him back.
Yeah.
I remember the days.
Yeah. As long as Hillary didn't get her hooks into anything, she was actually she's always been the driving force and the talent behind that duo.
Yeah. I remember hearing you talk about that.
Yeah, he's just a puppet master. That's all. The front man. That's all the presidents or any politician is. They're just talking heads. They're no different than the newscasters on 6 o'clock news. They're just reading from script. They don't really make any decisions.
Hello, Reagan.
They don't really make any decisions about anything. Not anything important. See.
Well, here's another question, just off the topic. It's concerning the peso scenario with the silver. It was interesting. So I've got a lot of bills, naturally, and I've been looking into that, listening to a lot of things that Lloyd has been saying. Looks like he's on here tonight, or was. But so if I got this ticket, I should say, whatever the case is, from driving on a road, right? They take your picture and your license, and they send you a bill. Familiar with that?
Using a peso symbol, that's from Lloyd on Nebraska.
I think he's on it.
Yeah, he was. He still is. Not called in, but he's on the internet, so I can talk about him. He can't defend himself.
Got him wherever we want him.
The old rascal. It's his research. Our finding, Timothy finding that commemoration over in Philadelphia, that wrought iron sign on attached to a wrought iron gate over there, commemorating the first casting of the dollar sign.
Okay.
Is a graphic on County Notary Highest Office in Law Google Group file section. All derivative of Lloyd's research. What Timothy was covering tonight is just expanding on Lloyd's research. That's all.
Yeah, it's very substantial stuff. In fact, I probably got to re-listen to that about 4 more times to get it through to me. But Oh, yeah, I want to read what Tim was talking about too, and get into that a little bit more. So, in light of what I'm going to do tomorrow,
boy, that's a good thing for you to do if you got a court appearance showing up. Is go to that Tetley website and read that over and over, and you'll see exactly what's going on in there, and it gives you an idea how to deal with it. It may very well be if you just bring it up to them. Is this Admiralty law? What are you doing? What is this court here? And they say, well, this is Common Fleas Court, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Oh, okay. But what's the nature of the law operating here?
Admiralty, of course, in that respect.
Yeah.
So at that point, do I
say, well, it's rules of the court, and this and that. They'll say anything they have to avoid the true issue, because they not only don't want you to know it, they don't want their minions to know it.
Naturally.
That are there working with them day in and day out, because those folks are no different than we are. And they see stuff go on in those barfly private courts day in and day out that it doesn't set right with them all the time. And not everyone, but maybe most of them. And they start to get a real idea about what's really going on in there. They're going to find another profession. Say.
So there's no need to address the fact that they're seizing in persona and or in res in this case. I don't have to even bring that up so much as just knowing what they're doing, and then finding a way, like what you're saying, coming into it from the point of view of a court. That's a higher law, and diffusing it, so to speak.
Well, I'm not saying it won't do any good for you to bring those things up, because in fact that's what Tetley is doing, explaining to you what they're doing in there and how they're doing it. He speaks to the res. When he speaks to the res, he's talking about the man and the living spirit.
Mm-hmm.
See, not the name. And different terminology he uses, and punctuation marks, different things. He's clearly talking about 2 or 3 different statuses. Now, let me take that back. Timothy says he doesn't really refer to the man and living spirit.
In persona, didn't he mention that as far as being the
yes.
vessel itself, the boat? Okay.
Yeah. He's talking about the person and also the name.
Okay.
See, there's at least 2 different individuals, different entities that he's discussing there, and he's got excuse me, he has it all laid out, all the references back everything up. He's a smart cookie. That barfly.
Got that impression.
Mm-hmm.
So, what I guess I'm confused on is that how is it
just bringing those issues up? He's talking about and explaining to you, may shut the court down. He may throw the case out.
Only because of why it's a conflict, and that was one more insane than the other. Like, okay, so they've captured the vessel, so to speak, and they've gone after this thing under the pretense that it's commerce based. And they've gone too far. Is that what's happening here? They've gone too far in the fact that they've taken his physical body as surety.
Yeah, they can't attach the owner of the vessel.
Oh, okay. So they're blurring the line between private and public in that respect.
Yep.
Yes,
they are
taking the human body, or not human body. They're taking the man, and they're collaborating that with the fictitious entity.
Well, what goes with the body, the living spirit? They can't do that. They cannot imprison that spirit.
Okay, and so is one in this respect is it illegal in their arena to do that?
Oh, sure, in Admiralty law. I just that's what I meant when I said they can't attach the owner of the vessel. They can attach the vessel and the cargo. They can't attach the crew, and they can't attach the captain. He's just the bus driver.
Okay, I got it.
See?
Yeah, I guess I was confused with how Tim was explaining that, not because Tim wasn't explaining it rightly, but it's that I couldn't quite tell if it seems very difficult to comprehend for what it's worth, and I don't even know why. But
it is. We probably spent 15 or more hours this week dealing with that subject.
Okay.
Between him and I.
Yeah. Hey, Dave, I got a comment. Hello?
Yeah?
I got a comment, Dave, with this young man here. Hey, it's very simple. There's nothing hard about it. Corporation can only engage corporation, okay? So what your friends did, you see, the system runs on assumptions, presumptions, and imaginations. That's what they run on. They assume, presume, imaginate that you're a corporation, and it stands as truth until rebutted. Okay.
Well, they're not imagining it. They have a certified document with your footprints on it.
What they failed to
do
is they failed to let the men and women in the black dresses know that they're not a corporation. So it's simple. There's nothing hard about it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense the way you said it. I mean, again, it's corporation against corporation, and that makes a lot of sense. So what they're dealing with, they're crossing their own line, so to speak, when they bring in, the man into this.
Well, when you know who you are, that's what Rice McLeod hammered into everybody for 15, 20 years, knowing who you are. When you know that, and then you tie in this Admiralty operation that they're running there involving a vessel, you can bring it down. You're bringing up issues that they don't want discussed there. They just absolutely do not.
Isn't that what that was describing when Tim was breaking this down? He was saying that only in U.S. Situations or jurisdiction, whatever, that do you see them, attacking. I'll use that word. Both aspects of this. Okay,
yeah.
RAM and persona. So that's it's unique in the respects that is that because they made up their own rules naturally, and of course they decided that that's fair in their arena, or you go to Canada, and this may not be the case.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing in Great Britain, so that's Canada too.
Okay.
It's but Tetley clearly spells it out there to you. He explains that their jurisdiction is not only on the sea; it's on the land also, and it's Admiralty. He's laying it all out for you right there.
I understand that. Yeah, I understand that.
David.
Well, good. Yeah, I guess reading and doing that.
Yeah, I highly recommend you read that article. Definitely. And if you understand this information, that article does nothing but put it into a textbook form. You'll see it all.
And you're going to post this article at one point, I'm assuming?
Maybe before I lay my head down tonight, if I get I already have the link.
Yeah, I've got his. I'm looking at the website, but I don't know if I have the specific article yet. But I'll go through a lot of his material.
I haven't looked at it, the link that was put up here earlier to see if that is the one. I'll look at it and I'll post it in the file section on the Google group, and then I'll email it into the discussions there.
Yeah. You think that if I need to, maybe later on in the week or so, I could brush up on a few things with you if necessary? Email you a few questions if I need to.
Oh.
I know you love doing that.
You know what I'd love to be at your side through this.
I would like that too, actually.
Yeah. If I had my way, if I had my way, I would be doing that for everyone that is dumb enough to to think they need such a thing. Unfortunately, there's only a little bit of Dutchman butter to spread around, and using butter where it probably doesn't apply, but.
Well, didn't Joshua go in with Caleb? I mean, didn't the crew always walk in twos?
Yeah. There's still only so much butter to spread around on a toast.
I'll go easy on you.
I do occasionally get burned out. I mean, this week I didn't even know it. Well, it's not unusual for me not even to know what day of the week it is. I just don't have a perception for such things. I know when it's Sabbath Eve and need to start lining things up for 1 hour before dusk. But the rest of the time, I just really don't pay any attention to it. And, I tried to set up a conference for Thursday night, and I did it Thursday night. It was really for Friday.
Yeah. Hey, wait, it's Monday today. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that. I definitely do that. Well, that's good. Wraps up about everything. Again, just back to that other bunny trail question that was inspired earlier tonight was just that when trying to pay, a silly little traffic ticket of some sort here. I mean, if I do the conversion for them and send them a money order, what do you suppose would be the outcome of such a thing?
I don't know, life imprisonment, execution.
I'm going to handle that.
Here, David, if I could, I'd like to convey a story.
Go ahead, my friend.
All right. In answer to your question, I pose this story to you. A mortgage release was received, and the mortgage release stated, for know all men buy these presents, blah, 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 in the amount for consideration of all right, title, blah, 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 the consideration received in the amount of $1. Now, there was no symbol for the peso. It was completely spelled, the two words, $1. Now, as the story goes, I don't recall ever paying just $1. I recall paying several $1,000, quote unquote. Now, you tell me what was being told to me on that piece of paper. For valuable consideration of $1, this mortgage is released. When did I give the dollar? Who is eligible to pay $1? What does the dollar represent? It's on the same magnitude as 1 ounce of silver. So what does that story say? Was it the many thousands of quote-unquote dollars that were tendered that released the mortgage? Or was it simply $1 that was tendered to release the mortgage? What's the answer to that question?
Curtain number one. Somebody better jump in here on this one.
And here's why I'm saying this, because you asked for David Clarence's time, and that's good and well, but I want you to get this yourself. You have to get this yourself. It cannot be told and learned as in a classroom, like I see my children have to say memory work every week, 2 times a week, memory. They don't want to know that stuff. You got to get it. You got to get it yourself. This is not that type of test. I think that's why the public school system does that. I want you to understand that story yourself. Because once you understand that story yourself, you will have the ability to take care of business. Was it $1 or several thousands? It was $1. What side of this coin is eligible to pay $1? Is it
that would be the private side of it, because it represents the silver part.
There you go. You have there's two sides to every coin. There's the heads and the tails, the obverse and the reverse.
Mm-hmm.
The obverse is the public side. The reverse is the private side. It only took the private side $1 to release that mortgage. But how much did it take on the private side to release that mortgage? It all comes down to the same piece of paper. What meaning does that piece of paper have? Legal tender, all debts, public and private. What's being held? Who's holding it? What authority does he or she have? That's the whole answer to the question right there, because it only took $1 to release that mortgage. So what dollar are we talking about? There you go.
It may be turning those bills over on the green side, and it may be another argument for this peso and dollar is in the paperwork. If you're going to follow it up with the argument, you wouldn't say just $1. You would say the greenback side of that dollar. That's the private side.
We need to make a stance on that. Take a position on which sector we're operating in that respect.
The cashiers are trained to turn everything right side up.
I noticed that at banks when they deliver your money to you.
Yeah, and put it in their drawers, not the green side, the front side, with the numeral 1, 5, 10, 20, 50, or 100 in it.
So knowing what this represents in that respect on the private side, if you're going to actually pay a debt, not discharge it, then how would you convey that to the recipient, say E470 or Comcast or whomever it may be?
You would say I tendered $100 on the green side.
Okay.
Okay. The private side.
And if you're not giving him cash, if you're giving him a money order or
you can say that you paid for the money order with so many US dollars, green side up.
Should a photocopy or a scan of that help?
To them. What?
Would a scan be appropriate or something like that? I mean, have an actual visually proof of that?
You don't want to be scanning U.S. currency. You're committing a currency violation, potentially counterfeiting doing that.
Good to know.
Yeah. If you just say U.S. dollar, they may regard that as the black side with the serial number on it.
Mm-hmm.
That just came to me. Yahweh just gave that to me. Turn it over and describe it as the green side.
And
being tendered. You tendered the green side of the currency. Green side up.
Okay.
You don't necessarily...
Yeah, I guess that's what I was asking, was the method of how you handle that. Because how do you make a distinction from acting as private or public in the arena of currency itself, like federal notes? That's what I was asking, is how do you take a position on that?
Well,
in practically speaking.
If Timothy's right on his perception of this, and he's been 100% right on his perceptions since I've met him, he probably is on this one also. It doesn't really take anything away from the other researchers, such as Ustus Mullins, Yahweh rest his living spirit. It just expounds on it. It's what you're up against in a court, or you're up against dealing with them, is the subconscious conditioning of your mind.
Right.
That we regard them as authorities, and that is a real court and things like that. That's where the struggle is taking place there. It's not what that barfly is saying. It's the image he represents that you've been programmed to believe is a certain thing that you're struggling against, the imaging. The same way appears to be for the money, everything. turn it over and look at the other side. Flip the coin over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
David, you oh my goodness, you're right about that bill.
Of course I'm right. Have you ever known me to be wrong about anything?
David,
I've been hanging out with one of the smartest guys I've ever met.
David, that's it. That is it. Because
you're tendering the green
yes,
side.
Yes, that's the private. No, listen, but
do I get a bottle of champagne for that?
A bottle of Asti. I was thinking about that. Using the serial number in the registered mailing. But no, that mortgage release had no serial number and no thing such as that. It just read $1. And now you read this on the front. If we're looking at this phrase respectively, this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. So public comes first. That's the obverse. That's what we're looking at on the face. And then the private is the reverse, the backside. Isn't that interesting? On the 1 ounce fine silver, the 1 ounce fine silver tilde $1 is not found on the obverse of the coin. It's on the reverse, the tail side. I think you just hit it. You got it. That backside is the private side.
Yahweh gave it. Yahweh Father gave it to me.
So be it.
Just now.
That number.
So I'll let you know how it goes then. I think I'll tell you how it works.
If it was me, I would attach a $1 to that registered mailing.
Get in the habit, folks, of turning all your currency around and offering it green side up.
Yep. $1.
It's not likely that the average anyone's going to know what the heck you're doing.
Oh, they're not.
No, but if it was me and I was attaching it to a registered mailing, it would be green side up, paper clip to the paperwork.
Well, help me out on that statement. I'm lost. When you said registered mailing, are you saying sending a federal note through the mail?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought at one point that was illegal. I didn't know.
No, it's not illegal.
No,
okay.
That wouldn't be illegal. This
note
well,
that puts into perspective.
Do you have any
right
idea
there.
how much currency is delivered by UPS and FedEx and the U.S. Post Office every day?
I'm sure it's insane, but I didn't know if it was like something you want to do.
No, it's perfectly legal.
Okay.
They're
going to know it's in there by the scans and that strip that's in the currency. That's fine. It's not against law.
That's why it's sent registered mail.
And you declare the value.
That is correct.
There you go. Now that makes perfect sense.
When you write that in that receipt, make a notation: green side up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes a lot of difference right there. And my understanding is when you send them that note, green side up, and you make a note next to it, I think that's driving it home. Pretty accurate.
Yeah.
This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. You can mail it, you can saute it, you can put it in an oven. That's it.
That's the last time I'm going to reference a U.S. dollar in a document. It doesn't say green side up. Green side is tendered. Thank you, Timothy.
Reverse showing. Yes. Yep.
And you use that word tendered.
Yes.
For that purpose.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. When they accepted it, they accepted it the way it's tendered.
That's correct.
Unless they object.
So naturally, I would go and I would do the conversion, and let's say the amount was $320, which is actually what it is with late fees to drive on that street, if you can believe it. Then I do the conversion and send them $27 or $27.50. In fact, is that kind of what I'm looking at doing?
Remember what I said. Thousands were paid on the public side, yet on the private side, $1.
$1 is all it takes.
$1 is all it takes. $1, one silver coin could buy could pay off everything. It's done. It's over. $1. $1.
Makes sense. Scary to think that we could be purchasing some things this way, paying off some stuff.
Well, $1.
Fantastic.
If you're going to send a certified check, bank money order, I always use U.S. Postal money orders. When describing that payment, make sure you state in there that you tendered so many U.S. dollars green side up to the clerk at the post office, and she or he accepted it as you tendered it.
Okay. Understand that. Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit lost on the concept of it being $1 US paid thousands. Just my brain trying to catch up to it. Really.
It has two sides. It's like this seal that we use. It says both can't survive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is the actual reverse seal of the Pennsylvania seal. The obverse is the front that you see them use in their websites and their documents and stuff with the two horses on it, black horses. The reverse of that is that both can't survive. And the Secretary of the Commonwealth has forbid us from using that. Secretary of State, rather.
Mm-hmm.
Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, yeah. So right, tell me not to do something. I'm like Timothy's wife.
She's a Marine too?
No, she's a housewife. She's more
/
dangerous.
Marine.
No, she's more bullheaded and more dangerous than a former Marine, dumb Dutchman. Yeah, the more I think about that, Timothy, man, you tendering it, silver side up.
That's correct.
The private side of that currency. They tell you right on the front. There's two facets to it. There's two sides.
Yep.
One means one thing. The other means something else.
That is correct.
Timothy, didn't you mention the value of that?
The green side of these bills is just like a silver dollar coin. There's no serial number on it.
That's right.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, it's fine. Timothy was talking earlier about
who is this, by the way? Your first name?
Ezra.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I've been guys shooting emails to you all week.
Oh. You know, you're really not the only one.
I didn't think so. I like to think that you're not ignoring me.
I remember your emails.
Good. Good, yeah.
What was your question about conversion?
I was bringing it up that you had mentioned earlier in the episode about the value, that it was something along the lines of, if you looked on the market, I guess, I'm terrible with this one, but $17 versus a much lesser amount in pesos. You were addressing what that 1 ounce of silver equated on the open market, which was something like 17 Federal Reserve notes, versus if it were to be addressed on the public side, which was more like, I can't remember the exact amount.
$1 on the public side has the same value as 8 pesos.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
On the private side, $1 equals 17.62, which is the equivalent of the tilde. It's on the same it's on the same order of magnitude as 1 ounce of silver. That means that $1 is the same on the private side as a silver dollar. A silver dollar pays for everything. The man put a silver dollar when he filed paperwork into court. And as the story goes, as David Clarence has relayed, no judge would ever sit on that case, ever. Recuse themselves on down the line. This is the same thing as behind a silver bond. Same thing. It's the substance that's being used and its value. None of these debt notes have anything against it. They can't touch it. The public side can't touch it. It's worthless. But the silver can buy out virtually anything. It's just the order. Scripture talks about it.
Mm-hmm.
It just takes care of it. It's done. What's the substance that kills a werewolf?
Silver.
So the myth says.
Yeah, silver bullet kills the wolf. What does Scripture say? I send you out as sheep amongst the wolves. Be wise as serpents and gentle as doves.
And armed to the gills.
Spiritually know what's going on. This is a spiritual battle. It's not flesh. It's said it's spiritual. What kills a wolf? A silver bullet. They can't touch it. It's like kryptonite to Superman. It's done. There's just something about silver. It's a substance, as is gold.
Well, I wear enough of it.
Yeah, it kills. It kills the wolf. I send you out as sheep amongst the wolves. What's being said here? Silver kills them. So kill them. That's the way I see it.
Silver's an antibacterial, too.
Before Bill mentions this, the green side of the bill says, "In God we trust," the currency.
I noticed that, yeah.
Yes, and it's encapsulated, too, right in the middle.
There's Resistor typing it in now.
What does that mean, like government of defense, or is in God?
In God we trust is on the green side of the currency, not the black side, the face. And in fact,
question their definition of God at this point.
Yeah. Now on the silver coin, it's on the face side.
What's their definition of trust? Is that a trust, or you trust in, or is it a trust?
I would suggest that since it's in all capitals, there's a trust named "In God We."
Exactly.
I second that one.
I would say that's the private side of the currency, and that's where your estate's held.
Exactly.
In that trust.
Exactly.
I wonder if that's the Vatican's definition of God.
Well, it's a fiction because it's in all caps. Corporation. Boy, it's good. You get good stuff on this broadcast, don't you?
Oh yes, I am.
Now all the commerce gurus will be talking about this week. Kennedy will be reporting it tomorrow night. Well, the alias Kennedy.
Well, good. Well, I'm going to keep paying attention to this aspect of it, and let you know how it goes on my end. I'm going to sign out, let someone else blab at you for a while, and see what can be done.
Well, I got 15 minutes left.
David?
Yep.
This is Lloyd.
Hey. There's the man.
I got a comment for Ezra there. Learn to listen. Learn to listen to when Yahweh is speaking to you. I experienced it in a courtroom situation myself. He was telling me, keep going, but I didn't know what to say. But he gave me the words. It turned the case around.
That was that case 20 years ago you're talking about?
Yeah. Something like that. But it still applies. I guess maybe I did. Bottom line is it still applies. We need to learn to listen.
Listening can be really hard sometimes. It takes actual practice.
Yes. When we think we've got answers on the human level is when we get in trouble. It's when we take a thought or a leading and follow it through, not knowing where we're going or for what reason, other than we're given the guidance and the direction. That's when we find success. Not worldly success, but on the spiritual.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
I was a little bit off in that estimate by about 10 minutes.
With that,
I just had another thought here. The word 1 spelled out on the private side cancels out the numeral 1, 5, 10, 20, 50, or 100 denomination on the public side. Actually, resistor. Type that in here. Bill.
Well, thanks, Lloyd. I appreciate
yes.
it. That's okay. Bang on.
Thank you.
Oh, you mean cancel as in it equals 0?
Let me do my. That's what resistor just typed in here. The word 1 spelled out on the green side may cancel out, or at least it's superior to the numeral 1 on the face. This is David Clarence, expressly reserving all liberties. A notary on the land, York County, Nation, Pennsylvania, near the barfly-infested corporation county of York and Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, as host for a Voice of Freedom broadcast on TalkShoe.com. And I believe I forgot at the beginning of this to thank TalkShoe for this resource and opportunity to interact with all you folks, and they're having our archives up. You can contact me as County Notary, all one word, COUNTY NOTARY at Gmail, that's Godmail, gmail.com. And I just got knocked off my own broadcast, did I? Nope, not yet. That's Godmail, and our God is Almighty Yahweh, gmail.com. And go ahead, whoever wants to jump in, chime in there. Before we,
David, that's powerful what you said about a word being on the backside and an integer on the front, because a word always has precedence over integers. A word comes from our Father. Integers are the creation of the beast.
There you go. And that was Resistor that Bill and on New York City that typed that in there. About
this has been Yahweh for the first time.
On the $1 bill, it says 1 on both sides.
Yeah, he said everybody should send him $1. Thanks.
No, but the word 1 is over the numeral 1 on the reverse.
On the black guy.
Look on the face of a $1 bill. All right? There's the numeral 1 in each of the four corners, the numeral 1. You flip it around to the reverse, there's the same numeral 1, but look, the word 1 is over the top of it, as in a stamp. I believe that's what he was saying.
Okay.
Yes.
The word one is over the top. It's trumping it. It's one,
Yes.
O-N-E. It is the word. That is correct.
Yes,
Thank
our
you.
Father is the Word. Yes.
That is correct. You got it, my friend. That's pretty cool right there. The word one is not on the front, but you flip it over. Word is over the numeral. You got it. Yes, you got it. That's it.
Isn't it amazing how Father Yahweh is showing us all these things have been in front of us all our lives, out in the open, plain as day.
I like how it's on a collaboration too. Like we're all working together towards it. It's cool.
That's what it takes.
Yes. Yes, praise Yahweh, all ye that have bread, and Yeshua Messiah.
And look at a $5 bill and look at a $10 bill. The word 5 and the word 10 is not across the face on the reverse of those bills. Only on the $1 bill is the word 1 across the numeral.
Same as the silver coin is a 1.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
That's silver on the back of that $1. That is silver.
So where do we go to redeem them?
You can't redeem them. You're in the public all the time. It's when you